Well, hello, everyone. Good to see you all. Thank you all so very much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. You could have chosen to be anywhere in the world with us. You can have a lot of 84 years old out of Pima County, Arizona. And tonight we are going over the ICAC very interesting things that I have been compiling on this literally nonstop. And I think you guys will get some real valuable information in all of this that I have collected. So we've got a lot to talk about tonight on the other side of this.
I've walked through storms in scars and grace, smile through pain with a painted face. They called me too loud, too much, too strong, but honey, that's the reason I belong. Every scar's a scripture, every tear's a hymn. I found my worth where the light grew dim. They tried to break me, but here's a twist. I turned my pain into a clenched fist. I'm an unbreakable woman, born of fire and pearl. I shine like grace in a reckless world. You can test my faith, you can shake my plan, but I'll rise again. Just watch me I've been whispered about and written off, judged by the gloss, not the cost. But God don't build weak hearts from gold. He made me fierce and he made me bold. I bend, I pray, I roll, I rise with mascara, tears and battle cries. Don't need your crown, I forge my own. From ashes, honey, I build my throne. I'm an unbreakable soul, dressed in truth and pearls. The fire don't scare me, it lights my world. You can doubt my voice,
Yes, sir.
but you'll hear my
Love that.
name. I'm holy and hood, and I'm done with shame. For everyone called too much, too loud, too real. You're not to anything. You're exactly what power looks like. I'm an unbreakable soul, through the fight and flame. My scars are stories, my strength, my faith. Faith in my heart, fire in my curls, forever divine. Clutch them pearls.
A little hood now, shall we?
Hold up, lights on, chat in the room, another late night and another headline blooming. Coffee gone cold, but the story got heat, and one little detail keep tapping my screen. Coming in clutch when the timeline bends. We don't just scroll, we connect loose ends. Somebody said nah, that's probably enough, but the chat said Justin, we're coming in clutch. Run that back, don't rush that part. Something fell wrong from the very first start. Different day, same shaky excuse, and the math ain't mathin' when we check the proof. I'm not here to play detective for fame. I'm here when the story starts changing names. One clip, one call, one post too much, and the whole room knows we're coming in clutch. Coming in clutch, yeah, the facts stay loud. Truth don't hide when we bring the crowd. Screens lit up and the chat don't sleep. We dig real deep where the stories get steep. Pearls in the chat, lights in the back. Somebody better explain why the story went flat. You can dodge one question, maybe dodge two, but the internet clock what you said don't cue. Wait, Say that again, you said it was there, then it wasn't back then. You said you forgot, but the record got saved. Now the chest wide awake in the room just changed.
Coming in clutch when it all gets strange, when the facts get buried and the tone starts change. We don't need drama, the truth does enough, that's why they pull up, we're coming in clutch.
Late night crew, yeah, we built this thing. One live stream turned to a whole damn ring. Members in green minds holding it down. Whole chat moving like a small town crowd. No fake hype, no lazy spin, just one more clue and we're back again. If it don't sit right, we don't let it slide. We put the detail right up on live.
Coming in clutch, say it one more time. Whole room locked on the very next line. From the first red flag to the final touch, you know where to be, we're coming in clutch.
When the screen fades out and the night gets still, somebody somewhere knows truth comes real. We'll be right here when the next facts drop. Coming in clutch and we don't just stop.
Excuse me. Hello, 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 everyone. Good to see you all. Thank you all so very much for joining me. We really do appreciate you. Could have chosen to be anywhere on YouTube. You have a lot of options, anywhere on the internet, anywhere in the world, and you chose to be right here. I know your time is very valuable, and I do appreciate you spending some time with me. Today is August 24th, 2026, and it is currently 8:51 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States. Bonjour. How you doing? Good to see you all. We've got a doozy tonight, a big old doozy tonight. And guys, oh my God. Before we get started, I just have to say, you guys know that I normally take my blood pressure medicine generally right when my live stream starts. Well, I was jumping around and I took my sleeping pill. Yeah, I took my what's the sleeping pill called? I took my sleeping pill. I can't think of it now. I cannot think of it now. Oh God. It's a prescription sleeping pill. It starts with A, I think. Ambien. Yeah, I took my Ambien. So, if I, we're gonna power through until head hits the mic. Just turn it off, mods. After that, that's the case. We're gonna try to make sure we get through it. Anywho, I did take some coffee as well. Yeah, that's what you take too. Yeah, that's what I take. So all of that stuff. Well, we got a lot to talk about tonight, to say the very least. Chris was talking about the ICAC and the Cellebrite, and we are going to be deep diving into why Cellebrite may have been at Annie and Tommaso's home. Okay? So with that being said, I am going to give a disclaimer on this one. In no way, shape, or form are we saying that anyone is involved with anything. We are simply asking questions and throwing out some theories. Again, questions and theories are not facts. Okay, so don't take them as that. Okay, but here we go.
In no way, shape, or form are we accusing, blaming, or declaring anyone guilty of any crime. Everything discussed here is based on publicly available information, media reports, court records when available, and our own commentary and opinions. Everyone is presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. This content is for discussion, awareness, and public interest commentary only. Please do not contact, harass, threaten, or attack anyone mentioned. We are here to ask the questions, examine information, and keep attention on these cases, not to convict anyone online.
Okay, so there's that. And really, the question this evening is Nancy Guthrie case, ICAC, plus Cellebrite at the family home. And it's why? Why does that happen? I'll be okay, Clippy. I'll be okay. Yeah. Justin, don't hurry. Brutal. I won't. I'll try not, anyways. Thank you so much, Jinja. Appreciate you very much. Love you, Pookie. But you ain't going to remember this tomorrow. You know, a lot of people who take Ambien, they don't remember things that they did that night and stuff. You know, when I first started taking Ambien, I was afraid like I was going to get up and, you know, do something funky or whatever. But I don't. I'm just a block when I'm in bed. And yeah, it doesn't bother me. Jeff, thank you so much for the mic drop, my friend. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Amy, thank you so much, my dear. Really do appreciate that. Joan Marie, good to see you, my dear. Thank you so very, very much. Good to see you all. I feel like I'm missing one. 1 second. Am I missing one? Okay, I got them all. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Okay. Been really working hard on this one today. And I wish I didn't take my nighttime medicine. So, I took that and I was like, oh, that's not good. That's not good. Okay. So good to see everyone. Please do me a big favor and hit that thumbs up button. Would greatly, greatly appreciate it. Also, if you would share out this live stream on YouTube, you get 3 hypes a week. And if you don't use it, you lose it. You have to do it on your phone or anything that's mobile after the live stream. Okay. So there's that. So first, I wanted to, Tina, thank you so much, baby. Appreciate you. Justin, my mama took Ambien and she got up in the middle of the night and ate an entire carton of ice cream. My birth mother did the same thing and she ate a whole thing of Nutella. Yeah. But you know something? That's nothing out of the ordinary for me. I'll wake up in the middle of the night and eat a whole thing of ice cream too, without medicine. It can make some people do some weird things. It really can. Lake Superior, thank you so much, baby, for the clutch. Good to see my friend. How you doing? GT, how you doing for the coffee you're going to need tomorrow? Thank you so much, baby. Appreciate you very, very much. Side note, I went to the dentist today. They looked at me and because I got an implant that's not doing so hot right now. It's I don't think it's grafting the way it should be, and it's kind of broke, and I have to be on antibiotics until Thursday before they'll do the surgery for it. So got to be on antibiotics for a few days, but at least it doesn't cause pain as long as I've got antibiotics. You know, at least an amount of pain that is okay, tolerable. So also, before I get into Nancy Guthrie's, I want to show you guys this right here. This is a case, Mia Rismoon. She is 5 years old and has been missing since Phoenix since August 14, 2024. Authorities and her family are deeply concerned and continue to search for her. Every share could reach the right person and helping by bring Mia home safely. If you have any public information, contact the Phoenix Police Department. Okay, so see if I can save link. Let me do it like this. Copy link, and I'll drop it in here if you guys want to share that up. Love for you guys to share that up. I'm not familiar with this case, but we do a lot of Tucson coverage anyways, and I thought that would be worth it. You know what I mean? Get that little gal's face out there. Hummingbird, how you doing, baby? Thank you for the floating heart. Really, really do appreciate you. Good to see you. And Nicole, thank you so much. Love your show. Love y'all pearls. Be careful with Ambien. We love you, Justin. Thank you so much, my dear. Appreciate you very, very much. Yeah, got to be careful on it. For sure, for sure. Okay. All right, so here we go. I want to talk to you guys about some things. First of all, I just want to tell you what Cellebrite is for those in ICAC. And then we're going to ask the questions, right? Then we are going to ask the questions of what these are. Okay. And why were they at Tommaso's? And again, I want to say that I am not blaming anybody in this case related to Nancy Guthrie. I'm not, but I do have a lot of questions. I do have a lot of questions. Okay. And I'm prescribed trazodone, and I just had a major dental surgery, so I've been in pain. Oh God, Randy, it sucks. It sucks. Yeah. It sucks even more if you got dental insurance. I don't have dental insurance anymore, so it really sucks. Okay, here we go. Yes, guys, make sure you're hitting that thumbs up button. Greatly, greatly appreciate you. Let me get down here to where we are. All right. So, what is ICAC? The acronym. It stands for Internet Crimes Against Children. And you're thinking, well, there was no children harmed in Nancy Guthrie's case, right? So why is the ICAC there? They do investigative online child exploitation. They track digital communications and online activity. They analyze phones, computers, and electronic devices, right? And then, let me see if I got it here. Let me do it like this so you guys can see it better. And then they can also recover messages, phones, videos, and app data. Support major investigators with digital forensics, and they work with local, state, and federal partners, right? ICAC investigators are often specially trained in the digital forensics and electronic evidence. And I'm going to show you some dates on that here shortly about when they were in the area, what they might have been doing. Now, Cellebrite, it is a software that for generally mobile devices, right? And what it does, it extracts data evidence. and it organizes the data evidence. It also builds timelines. What is plausible versus what is probable versus it's highly unlikely, right? They also analyze apps because so much of our data now goes through apps that we use, right? And that's a big one. That's a big one. So whose device were they examining? And was more than one phone involved? Was the extraction done inside or outside the house? And what level of extraction was performed? Okay. Okay. So Cellebrite, what it can find: potential digital evidence, messages, text messages, iMessages, chats, and more, call logs, incoming, outgoing, missed calls, duration, phone and video, images, video, thumbnails, metadata, and more. They can look at your app data, app content, settings, database, and files. They can find location artifacts, GPS. Remember GPS in a minute. Data. Let's see here. Frequent places, maps, and check-ins. Device activity, events, alerts, usage logs, and system activity. They can know who you've been in contact with, right? Saved contacts and accounts, and linked profiles as well. They can also get what the apps that you have deleted, deleted messages, files, and previously removed files. So what were investigators trying to reconstruct? Because they were mainly at Annie and Tommaso's with this ICAC more than anywhere else. If they had anything to do with small humans, I can understand in silence about the case. This stuff doesn't come out until arrest is made. Yeah, it's kind of perplexing why it's like this. Shady family friends question mark. Why is that? Why Ward was in the door abuse and is so. You guys know how we talk about, the motives of someone maybe wanting to unalive Nancy. And, most people go to financial. That's the first thing. But I always say, what about information that they don't want to ruin someone else's life, right? Could Nancy have known or found out about something that was going on that might not have been good for people in her family? I'm not saying it happened. I'm asking the question, right? Lori Smith, thank you, darlings. Appreciate you very, very much. Love you, babies. Appreciate you. Good to see you. Question: was the Cellebrite done before or after Kaela's text? We'll look at the map. I've got a timeline, so we'll look at that here in just a second. Yeah, we'll look at it here in a second. Since those calls came from DC about random, I see a reason to examine each phones. Yeah. Okay. Now, why did they return to Annie and Tommaso's house on February 4th? Why did they go to their house on the 4th and then the 7th? Right? February 4th, they went with the ICAC and the Cellebrite. Did phone evidence trigger the return? Did interviews raise new questions? Did surveillance point investigators back? You got to remember, Nancy took that ride share over there about 5:30 that evening. Say she was there by 6, and she was there for about 3.5 hours. And there's something going on between those houses, in my opinion. Now, it could be to also, I'm trying not to just throw stones, but it could be to also kind of exonerate them as well. Seemingly, it could be. And I'll get to that in a second. Joanne. Thank you, darling. Appreciate you very much. Much love to you, my dear. When did DC send his text? I was on February 7th. That's probably why they returned on the 7th. Could be. But I'll talk about it here in a second. February 7th, investigators return, right? They go there with the initial warrant. They do the Cellebrite, ICAC, and then they come back 3 days later. Tells me, in my opinion, that their testing of whatever, made them need more, whatever more was. Did a phone trigger the evidence for them to return? Did the interviews raise new questions? Did surveillance point investigators back? Was it a follow-up routine? ICAC stands for Internet Crimes Against Children, dedicated to protecting children online. Okay. Bear with me, guys, 1 second. Apologize for that, guys. Okay, now we have some questions for the sheriff, don't we? Sheriff Doofy. We know who Sheriff Doofy is. There he is. Pima County 911. Your little shorts. All right, we got questions for the sheriff. Why was Cellebrite used on February 4th to begin with? Because it is not common. It is not common for Cellebrite to be used, especially at the home that Nancy didn't live in. So there's that. What devices were examined? I'm sure they took their router, their phones, computers, laptops, gaming systems, right? And in general, why was the ICAC investigation even chosen in the first place? Was the family cooperative? I would say yes. Okay. Did the phone data... I'm going to show you how we can connect these in just a moment. For instance, the phone data. You guys have always heard me talk about how this, for instance, this Tommaso, Nancy getting in the vehicle, she'll have her cell phone on, he'll have his cell phone on, it'll be pinging to the towers. It'll also be trying to either Wi-Fi or Bluetooth connect to that car as well, and maybe other buildings around, right? Lots of signals, and that should be all we need to know for a pretty solid alibi, especially after you drop Nancy off. Her phone should have still been on. It should have stayed, actively around in that house until she was taken out of that house. Then Tommaso's vehicle data and his phone and all of that, it should also be coming back, going across town. They should be able to see that. They should be able to see that he pulled in his driveway, and he might have played on the internet a couple hours or whatever, and then it was lights off, and they don't see him leaving anywhere. Right? Well, so what's the deal here? That's the question. Thank you guys for the gifts. Appreciate you. Thank you, Ellen. If I miss you guys, I'll get to you guys here in just a little bit. I appreciate you. So, was digital evidence used to clear their name? Now, generally, you don't need ICAC to clear your name, right? Were Nancy's cameras accounts examined? Did on February 4th evidence lead to February 7th? Did they find something in that house in February 4th and had to go back February 7th? That something was just not making sense. Things that they took out of that house, they had to go back for more so they could get some sort of answer, right? So let's see here. All right. So the digital evidence on, one second here. Did the digital evidence web where do these pieces intersect, right? We got Nancy Guthrie. She would have, cell phone. They would be checking that with Cellebrite. Nancy Guthrie has Nest cams and other cameras. They would be checking the vehicles. They would be checking Wi-Fi's, cell phone towers, neighboring videos, ransom communication, and cloud data, right? So she's got a pretty big electronic footprint right there. In my opinion, I believe Savannah could have had something to do with it as well. Even though she's in New York, doesn't mean they can't make phone calls and get things in order. That's true. That's true. I don't think Savannah has anything to do with it, but I do think that there could be others, and I'm going to show you some stuff today. It's going to be a good live. Very good live today. I'm trying not to freeze myself to death, though. Okay. All right. Plant Lady, thank you for 26 months, babe. Appreciate ya. How you doing, darling? Place the Ambien in a different place than your other meds. Love you, beautiful. Yeah. I so should do that. Thank you so much, my dear. Appreciate you. Lori, thank you so much for the clutch, my dear. Appreciate you. And Cindy, thank you for the flower. It smells beautiful. Joanne, thank you for the makeup brush. Really, really do appreciate that, my dear. Ladub, good to see my friend. Thank you for the floating heart. How you doing? Ellen, thank you for the clutch. Really do appreciate you, Miss Ellen. And thank you for the thumbs up, Miss Ellen. Good to see you. There's Cosmic. How are you doing, dear? Thank you for the floating heart. Appreciate that. And Magdalena, my babies. 1 year. What an OG. Hey, Justin, I'm late. I've been celebrating my 50th yesterday and today. Y'all give it up for Miss Magdalena's birthday. Give it up for Miss Magdalena's birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, my darling Pearl. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday from all of us at Clutch Them Pearls to you.
Happy birthday, my darlings. Happy birthday. May all your dreams come true, my love. Thank you so much for 12 months, my dear. And thank you for the floating heart babies. We appreciate you. Thank you so very much, my dear. Oops, wrong one. There we go. I'll get it in a minute. There we go. Happy birthday, my darlings. Let's see here. Hey, GT, good to see you, my friend. I believe Savannah Guthrie will want it silenced if she has anything to do with ICAC looking for them, in my opinion. We shall see. Oh yeah, it checks app data, all that. Yes. Absolutely. Joan, thank you so much for the party hat. Thank you, babies. Appreciate you. Good to see you. Hey, Brittany. Good to see you, babies. Did Savannah decide to do Wordle because she's back away from her career? I think she's going to be doing that game show, from what I understand. Alicia, thank you for the treat, my dear. Appreciate you. Good to see you. Thank you, love. Let's see here. Savannah has apparently taken a week break. Interesting. Hey, Miss Dolores. Appreciate you. How you doing, Mama? Thank you so much. Really do appreciate you, Miss Dolores. Good to see you. Good to see you, my friend. Okay. So. All right. So now we're going to be getting into what happened after the 948 drop-off. There's one thing that I want you to remember what the sheriff says here in a minute, but about the drop-off, about who drops Annie off, and how he says it. Okay, but we got 948 drop-off. Key questions that we're going to be discussing is, can digital data establish the route afterward? And the answer is yes. When did the phone connect to the home Wi-Fi, right? For instance, when Nancy got into her Uber, her device should have no longer have been on her, it should no longer be on her internet, right? She's away from that. Well, as soon as she gets to Annie and Tommaso's, even if she doesn't connect to the Wi-Fi or any Bluetooth device, it's still going to shake hands, is what I call, to let Nancy's phone know, hey, I'm Wi-Fi and I'm right here waiting for you if you would like to join. Same thing goes for Bluetooth. And then that's going to have a timestamp on it. And then when she leaves, it's going to tell us when she left, when she was out of that area, when her phone was out of that area, getting back in the phone or getting back in the car with Tommaso, right? Tommaso's phone and her phone should be rolling down the road together, right? Whether that is their phones are talking to each other, talking to the vehicle, the Bluetooth, buildings that has internet around it, or Bluetooth, which is virtually everywhere. And so that's important as well. So when did the phones reconnect to her home? They don't really, and I wish law enforcement would tell us that, right? They tell us what time her pacemaker disconnects. But I think it would be very valuable, in my opinion, for the law enforcement to say, Nancy got home and her phone reconnected, within 30 seconds or 40 seconds of her entering the home, and they give us a time slip on that, right? You do not have to be on the property to open the garage door app. No, you don't. Yep. For the garage door app, you can open it up from anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. As long as you have cell phone service, yes. Also, did it reconnect to any vehicles that night? Was the evidence used afterward? Could another device corroborate it, right? And you saying, like I was just saying, could another device corroborate it? Absolutely. Tommaso's device could corroborate that, right? They're driving back together. Their phones are pinging on the same towers, hitting on the car, whether that's Bluetooth or Wi-Fi or whatever, communicating to each other. But once she gets out of the car and goes inside, that is whenever you would see them to start to disconnect, and then Tommaso go home, right? So that's very, very interesting. Did digital evidence verify the timeline, right? So what was said? Drop off. We know the drop off time, if you will. We know what time she got in the Uber. We know the arrival home. We know the vehicle movement, but we pretty much know the route that they would have taken, but it's not really confirmed that I'm aware of. Overnight activity. This is a big one. A big one. Right. What was going on in these overnight activities? I still feel like, you drop your mother-in-law and you go home and you don't go anywhere the rest of the night, and you're just home. And you have no idea that something horrible is about to happen to your mother or your mother-in-law. There's nothing to hide. Not that I'm saying that they're hiding anything. But you would think they wouldn't need all of this Cellebrite and all of this. Okay. So what the devices could verify, again, phone location, location data, Wi-Fi device activity, Bluetooth and or CarPlay, also phone and app artifacts. They can get those. That's important, very important. Okay. So it's the digital timeline. 8:48, Nancy gets home, right? 8:48, Nancy gets home. 1:47, someone is seen on camera, right? But then it disconnects, right? It disconnects, and but they know someone's around there. And then at 2:28 a.m. is when Nancy loses her ability to lose connection from her iPhone with her heart monitor, heart, what's it called? Pacemaker, right? So what were those phones during these critical hours, right? So they're going to check, for instance, they're going to check Tommaso's phone. What were they doing in these critical hours? They're going to check Annie's phone. What were their phones doing in these critical hours? Are they normally on the phone at 1:30 in the morning? And if they are, it's not as big of a deal. But out of all mornings, especially during this timeline, who they are communicating with is going to could open up Pandora's box. Right? Thank you, Rochelle. Thank you, darling. Appreciate you, my dear. What is that? What is that a picture of, Rochelle? I can't see. Is it a dog? I can't see what it is. So, okay. Still don't understand why a single of trouble didn't go out from Nancy automatically. Still don't understand why a signal of Nancy did not go out from Nancy automatically. What do you mean? What do you mean a signal? L-Dub, thank you for the floating heart, my dear. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Will Justin ever talk about Lindsay Clancy in the future? I know a lot of people are talking about Lindsay Clancy. I covered Lindsay Clancy when it first started happening. It's one of those cases where people feel very strongly one way or another. And when it comes to Lindsay Clancy case, I think she unalived her kids and she needs to go to prison. Those kids are never coming back. No matter if you are mentally ill or what, you did the deed and you have to pay for that. She did them in a very grotesque way, something that slowly takes the life out of you. And yeah, we're all talking about Nancy, but what is concerning is no one else is mainly family. Why I would be shouting from the rooftops every day for answers. Yes. Did they check all the phones in the home? Allegedly. Yeah, allegedly. We're going to get into a lot of it here. Susie Q, I love you. I love you, Susie Q. Thank you, darling. Much love to you. Really appreciate you. Thank you, Happy Farm Gal. We got some big questions here in a minute that'll kind of make the back of your hair stand up. At least it does mine. Is anyone else starting to think that's a huge amount of this scene was staged and perhaps Nancy never actually made it home to the night? I hate feeling this way, but damn. I understand when I hear people say that, Gigi. I truly understand. But I do believe she made it home. I do believe she made it home. Yeah, I do. But to your point, I'm going to be playing something here in a minute. Something Sheriff Doofy said that kind of makes you wonder. You don't send mentally ill people to prison. Well, that's, and I don't care where she is as long as she's put away. She needs to be put away. That's what I think. I mean, she sent her husband to do things, and she wouldn't give her medicine long enough to work, seems like. And seems like there was, hard times going on in their marriage, their young marriage. But regardless, she killed 3 kids and they're not coming back. And, like I said, it does no good to put drug addicts in prison. It does no good for them. They have no skills or anything to get out. And they're just going to go back right to the streets. Patty, thank you so much, my dear. Appreciate you very much. But that's what they do. That's what they do. Oh, did she do a profile of her? Pat did? That would be good. Yeah. For me, it's not even about Nancy. Everyone's making it about, Nancy Clancy, or whatever her name is. It's not about her. It's about the 3 victims that were children, and they're not coming back. I have same medical health issues as Lindsay. No excuse for me, in my opinion. Yeah. There's plenty of people that have the same thing. To me, that's a little too planned out, the Google-ness and stuff like that. To me, if she was really, I'm not saying she wasn't mental at times, but she was Googling, these exercise bands to see how long it would take and if it was possible to wrap these cords around their necks, right? So there's that. I said anyone who unalives someone else is dangerous, belonging behind bars regardless of the reason. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, when you have people in your car, heaven forbid you get in a car crash and someone dies, you can go to prison for that. You can go to prison for that. So, I'll be honest here. I had thought of kicking my baby if I had done that. I deserved to be put in jail. He was my baby. It was postpartum, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, Lily. I mean, there's things that whether it's the human condition or whatever, the people get intrusive thoughts for whatever reason, right? Like, oh my God, but they'll think of something, doing something bad to someone they love, but most of the time those type of people are very scared of doing something to their loved ones, and that's why it becomes this awful thing in their head, and then they feel guilty or whatever. And so usually those people that like you that like think about something like that, it's not that you're bad or anything else, it's that you're human, and that would really bother you. I've been following her case. To me, she's guilty also. You don't want to go insane until your husband leaves home, then snaps out at feet. Yeah, gets back. Yeah. Thoughts can pop up in your head, and it's not your fault. Just kick them out. That's right, Susan. Yeah, we are not our thoughts. We are not our thoughts. We have millions of thoughts a day. Our thoughts lie to us and all that. Talk good to yourself. Really talk good to yourself. Feed your mind. Feed your mind. Okay. So here we go. The digital timeline, 9:48 p.m., 1:47 a.m., 2:12 a.m., and 2:28 a.m. What were the phones during these critical hours, right? So we should have a profile of Nancy leaving her house. Her Wi-Fi and Bluetooth devices should kick off of her phone at that time, right? Now, she gets in the Uber car. It should try to connect or a handshake just to say, hey, I'm here, when she gets in that car. Then she'll get out of that car and she'll go into Annie and Tommaso's for hours, right? Whether she connects to the Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, regardless, there's going to be shaking hands. If I'm, hey, I'm Bluetooth, you've got Bluetooth. If you need to use this Bluetooth, the electronics are talking to each other. Here's the ping. And then there, right? And that should have went on for some hours. Now, after she left, driving home with Tommaso, again, their devices should have been talking to each other. Then after she got out of the vehicle, it should have started, her devices should have started talking to, or like her phone, her watch, in her home. That's what it should have started talking to. You know, how long was she active on her phone while she was home? Was she walking around when she was home? Did she make any phone calls that night? Make any text messages? Make any emails? Right? Did she do a journal? Anything she was concerned about? But the main point is, after 9:48 p.m., when Tommaso and Annie separate, Tommaso and Nancy separate, even though they separated, whoever, Tommaso or Annie, if they spoke to anyone after 9:48, police are going to be very interested in that, right? And they're also going to see, did they speak to them hours before, days before, months before? Okay. And they're going to see if there's some sort of receipts, if you will, some sort of communication. Doesn't mean just, text messages. There's so many apps where you can communicate with. Well, now there is a couple apps that are completely encrypted, and that's where most people who's going to do a crime talk. But you never know. Sometimes they can get things and sometimes they can't, right? Angel kisses. Thank you for the flowers. Flowers for me. Thank you so much, dear. Appreciate you very much, my dear. That's right. That's right. Something sent them into an investigation, and in my opinion, I'm not done out of... It was not done out of precaution. Yes, I agree. I'm going to show you some more things here that you're going to be like, just wait for it. I heard Savannah never actually made the $500,000 donation to missing and exploited children, ? Then ICAC involved. A lot of children's organizations for 84 years. I don't know like that. I'm not sure on that. Digital footprints. I wonder why this has taken months to look into digital footprints. Did Tommaso make it back to the start of the new school season to teach? Don't know. Don't know. Candace, thank you so very much, my dear, for the floating heart. Appreciate you, love. Thank you. Thank you, Dylan. Patty, thank you for the floating heart, my dear. Appreciate you very much. Good to see you. Susie Q, did I thank you? Thank you so much, Miss Susie Q. Appreciate you very much, babies. Very generous of you. Thank you very much for your support. How old is their child? I think a teenager, younger side of teenager, from what I understand. But I've heard that Tommaso has some older kids, or an older kid. Might be a nephew even. Okay. Got some clips that's going to paint a picture for you guys today. And you're going to have to paint with me. Okay? Horsey, love. I love you, Horsey. And you, Horsey, love me, apparently. Thank you so much, Horsey. Appreciate you, babies. Thank you very much for your support, my dear. Much love to you. Yes, please hit that thumbs up. He was friends that hangs out with my age. What do you mean he was friends with someone that helped? He was friends with someone that helped out your age? Don't know what that means. Okay. Listen to this 1 minute and 17 clip from Brian Inton. Okay? 1 second here. Listen to this one clip.
Again, it's hard to blame the searchers because the family was pretty insistent that this was a walkaway as well, and so they were doing what they were trying to do and searching.
Now, you just heard him say the family was pretty insistent on this was a walkaway as well. Just remember that. The family is pretty insistent that this was a walkaway as well.
Looking for Nancy, and I believe it got to the point where once they didn't find her in the area, combined with the blood on the stoop, that's when it's everybody kind of decided, all right, we have something else here.
So see, what I heard was the opposite, that the family was pushing them to say, look, it's not a walkaway, and that the investigators in the very beginning were considering it a walkaway, but the family was having to remind them over and over again, like, no, she wouldn't just walk away. She's in bad health, and she doesn't have cognitive issues. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, that's not the information that I gathered today.
What did you, if you don't mind explaining a little more, what did you hear today?
Just that the family believed that she was out there, that she'd walked away.
Right, just in the very beginning?
Correct.
Okay.
So he says that's not the image, or that's not, what he got today. Just listen to that part.
Yeah, if you don't mind explaining a little more, what did you hear today?
Just that the family believed that she was out there, that she'd walked away.
Right, in the very beginning?
Correct.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's a new development. That's different than what we've heard in the past. And I guess
what's the zone? Justin, are you in the zone tonight? What's the zone? You gotta tell me what the zone is. You gotta tell me what the zone. What's the zone? Okay, now look at this. This was from February 7th. February 7th. And what did we say on our graphics? Let me go back here. Why return February 7th? Because February 4th, they did the ICAC and the Cellebrite. February 7th, they're in there looking for blood. Now tell me, why? Why are you looking for blood of Miss Guthrie in their home? Of course, you're going to assume she walked away. No one is going to think that she was kidnapped initially. Well, we're getting mixed stories on that. And I'm going to show you some more on that in a second. Walking away, but why do you walk out the front door and leave the back door propped open? And where were the back doors propped open? Well, I mean, but think about this, Horsey. How could anybody think that she walked away? I mean, yes, back doors are propped open, blood up front, the camera is taken down, and the lights are broken. That's not a walk away, right? Yeah. What did Amazon delivery driver in the package on the porch? Was it even from Amazon or some kind of proof of life in plain sight, disguised as Amazon? All media out front, and none saw Amazon delivery. I think it was there before they got there. We're going to get onto that. Yes. Okay. So this is after 3 days after they get the ICAC, which is the Internet Crimes Against Children, and they do the Cellebrite on this. And then this is them at the home. Absolutely. I agree. So this is the night that they stayed over there for 3 hours. They were allegedly testing luminol in certain parts. Last night, here's a look at investigators arriving at Annie Guthrie's home in Tucson, minutes after a car was towed from her mother's garage to the Pima County Sheriff's lots. They only stayed about 5 minutes. Okay. So, there's that one. Now, another thing I want to say. Someone writes, hustle bitch. This is where it gets strange. He doesn't know Nancy Guthrie, so why does the sheriff look personally shattered? Watch him closely. During the kidnapping investigation of Savannah Guthrie's mother, the Pima County Sheriff has been visibly emotional in multiple press conferences and interviews. Not the family, not the spokesperson, the sheriff, Chris Nanos. And it hasn't happened once. It's happened repeatedly. For someone who didn't know the missing person, the intensity he stood out to viewers. Some see compassion, some see the weight of responsibility, some don't know what to make of it. High-profile cases affect people differently, but many are asking why he appears to be so personally affected. What does his emotions tell you? Guys, please hit that thumbs up button or double tap that screen. Make the algorithm smile. Check the text. Cassie, I didn't get one from you. Maybe I did. Okay. Okay.
What gives you hope that Nancy is still out there?
Wow. You have to have hope. You have to have hope. You can't. Come on. This is somebody's mom. We're going to find her.
Do you believe you are still looking for Nancy Guthrie alive at this point?
Now, again, we're going to find her. We always have hope. Now, you got to remember, before he did these interviews, he read the note. And he said, it said, Nancy is no longer alive. She's no longer here. I don't know if he's saying this because of media or what. I look exhausted. I accidentally took an Ambien rather than my blood pressure medicine. You probably missed it at the beginning of this live stream here. But yeah. Okay, here we go.
She could be held somewhere. And if so, do you believe that is local in the Tucson area or that she's been taken somewhere much further at this point?
We're just not going to give up hope. We hope she's out there somewhere.
So you still believe this is an active rescue mission at this point?
We hope so. An 84-year-old woman disappeared on us. That's a challenge for us, and it's something we just want her back.
Yeah, we all do. We all do, Sheriff. I know you've been in contact with Savannah, who we know is in Tucson. What is your message to her and the Guthrie family and all the viewers who care so much about Savannah?
We're not going to give up. We'll get this. I'm blessed. I have a team that is, look, they'll solve this. I know they will.
You horsey.
Sheriff, we thank you for your time. I know you're busy, and I'm going to be praying that you find Nancy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Now, what is up with this, right? What is up with this? He knew Nancy was most likely dead then, right? And then the question is this clip. We're going to get to that Cellebrite thing here shortly.
So
17
when
seconds.
she was last seen, a family had dropped her off at home. Is that correct?
She was last seen by family at 9:45, at 9:30, 9:45.
And did they see her in the home?
Yes,
And who called in the missing report?
the family.
You want. So when
Obviously.
she was last seen, a family had dropped her off at home. Is that correct?
She was last seen by family at 9:45.
She was last seen by family at 9:45. Now, it could be a general statement. You know, a family member, it should have been said, in my opinion, or her son-in-law dropped her off. And listen to what he says about seeing her in the house.
Correct.
She was last seen by family at 9:45, at 9:30,
She was last seen by family. Remember that part.
9:45.
And did they see her in the home?
Yes.
And
Yes, they saw her in the home.
who called in the missing report?
The family.
You want. So when
Obviously.
The family. So, the family saw her in the night before, saw her in, and they are the ones that found her. Okay. I'm playing all these because I want you, because we're going to add some things together here. Okay? Here we go.
Book, which was released in February of 2024, discussed a game she used to play as a kid with her cousin, and it was a kidnapping game involving Nancy. So we pulled the audio that Savannah did of her book. In it, you're going to hear her talk about her cousin Terry, who was, she said, like an aunt to her growing up. Terry's 20 years older than Savannah, so Terry would be 74 right now. But listen to this.
About once a year in the summertime, Cousin Terry orchestrated a kidnapping of my sister and me. It went down like this. The cousins would visit for a few days at our house in Tucson. And then, on the morning they were to leave, Terry would wake us up early, shushing us in the pre-dawn darkness as we made our escape. We would all pile into her rickety station wagon and head north, the sky streaking with bright oranges and pinks as the sun rose over the colorless desert landscape. Somewhere between Phoenix and Tucson, Terry would make a pit stop and let Annie and me call home at a payphone. "Mom, Cousin Terry kidnapped us to take us to her house." My mother would feign shock, protest how terribly she would miss us, then assure us she'd drive up to retrieve us.
I'm sorry, but that's fucking creepy. You know, I play I Spy with my little eye, travel edition, when my kids were little. You know what I mean? Or how many, Volkswagen bugs we could see, or whatever. I wouldn't play a game about kidnapping. I want you to hear that little clip again, because I'm going to break some stuff down right there.
Book, which was released in February of 2024, discussed a game she used to play as a kid with her cousin, and it was a kidnapping game involving Nancy. So we pulled the audio that Savannah did of her book. In it, you're going to hear her talk about her cousin Terry, who was, she said, like an aunt to her growing up. Terry's 20 years older than Savannah, so Terry would be 74 right now. But listen to this.
About once a year in the summertime, Cousin Terry orchestrated a kidnapping of my sister and me. It went down like this.
Oh, shit.
Okay. Book.
About once a year in the summertime, Cousin Terry orchestrated a kidnapping of my sister and me.
Okay. So we've got Cousin Terry, and we've got Savannah, and we've got Annie. Right? Where's Cameron? Why is he not being kidnapped?
It went down like this. The cousins would visit for a few days at our house in Tucson. And then, on the morning they were to leave, Terry would wake us up early, shushing us in the pre-dawn darkness as we made our...
They would essentially wake them up, shushing us, you know, like similar happened to Nancy, right? Right? They were over her bed. As Savannah says, they were over her bed.
Our escape. Terry would wake us up early, shushing us in the pre-dawn darkness as we made our escape. We would all pile into her rickety station wagon and head north, the sky streaking with bright oranges and pinks as the sun rose over the colorless desert landscape. Somewhere between Phoenix and Tucson, Terry would make a pit stop and let Annie and me call home at a payphone. "Mom, Cousin Terry kidnapped us to take us to her house." My mother would feign shock, protest how terribly she would miss us.
That didn't age well. It just didn't age well. Where are the cousins now? She's like 75. So she's not much younger than Nancy. You know, and say, you know, how much she misses them. And that's, you know, that's cute and stuff, you know. Oh, you're not here. You know, in the South, you know, you might be joking. The thing I can kind of grasp is, you know, we'll say, I'm going to kidnap her or him and take them with me. It's more of a funny thing, but there's usually no one ever kidnapped, though, right? So, is this something that, I don't know, Annie, Tom,
and assure us she'd drive up to retrieve us.
And assured she would drive up to retrieve us. Okay.
I wanted to come on and it's been 2 weeks since our mom was taken, and I just wanted to come on and say that we still have hope, and we still believe. And I wanted to say to whoever has her or knows where she is, that it's never too late. And you're not lost or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing. And we are here. And we believe. And we believe in the essential goodness of every human being. And it's never too late.
By the way, guys, do you guys remember how we were talking about a separate note the other day, we were talking about a separate note. Well, I got it figured out. I'm pretty sure, but I'll have to find it here in a second. I'm going to play it for you. I'm going to show it for you. Because it's very interesting. I think that something, let me see if I got it here real quick. Bear with me. I might have to send it from my phone. Yep, I'm gonna have to send it from my phone, I think. Okay. Let me send it from my phone because you guys want to see this. Is my phone dead? Okay, my phone's dead. I'll play something and I'll get it. I'll charge it. Okay, moving on here. I want to talk about, there's some very important things that we're going to get into here, but I'm just trying to set this up so you can see. Did I play this yet?
So when she was last seen, a family had dropped her off at home, is that correct?
She was last seen by family at 9:45, at 9:30, 9:45.
She was last seen by family at 9:30 or 9:45.
And did they see her in the home?
Yes.
Yes, they saw her in the home.
And who called in the missing report?
The family.
The family.
So when she was last seen, a family had dropped her off at home, is that correct?
She was last seen by family at 9:45, at 9:30, 9:45.
And did they see her in the home?
Yes.
Okay, that they seen her in the home. Okay. You got it? Okay. Now, here we go. Want to play this little part right here from Jennifer Coffendover retweeted, but it's from TMZ, Two Angry Men.
So
listen to this.
I got a call and they said, look, we are going to put some money in the Bitcoin account to see if we can trace. Oh my God, I think this is it. To see if they could trace the money back to the person who took it.
Appreciate it.
They said, we please do not report that money is in the Bitcoin account. It's going to compromise the investigation. And so I didn't. We didn't say anything, but we saw the money surface. It was only like $285. I think they were just trying to trigger something. And so we didn't say anything. And then a couple of days later, one of the Tucson stations that also had the Bitcoin address published a story that money went into the Bitcoin address. And the FBI didn't want that known. And I called somebody at the FBI. In fact, I was on the phone with two people at the same time. And I said, well, this Tucson station just reported what you told me not to say. What happened? And one of them said to the other, did that Tucson station also get the ransom note? And it's like, yeah, I mean, it was widely reported they did. So I think they forgot to call that second Tucson station, and the second Tucson station blew their cover on.
Now think about that. Think about that. This tells you the buffoonery that has been going on here. Think about, not only did they release this crime scene very quickly, they didn't take the rug, they didn't allow the FBI in there very quickly, but the FBI was doing an operation secretly to put some money in this account. And they told the places that got the letter to don't report on it. Well, Harvey's like, of course I won't report on it. Well, they forgot to call the other news stations to tell them. I mean, something just as basic as that, blowing your cover. We're talking about life and death here. Very unprofessional, Christina. Very unprofessional. They let yard workers work. They let family go in and out or move stuff. It's crazy. It's crazy, Cindy. It's absolutely crazy. Okay. You'll see where I'm getting at here shortly. Okay? I'm going to go to what's his name here?
I want to ask you
Sean Hannity.
is about in the Nancy Guthrie case. I got frustrated because I knew from my sources they were trying to keep you guys out.
They did.
They did keep you out.
I knew from my sources that they were trying to keep you guys out. Cash Patel says they did. Usually, this is, even though they say they're not political, they are political. Or at least diplomatic. They are not diplomatic here. He is not diplomatic here. He just says it. What is what? Yeah, they kept us out.
And look, here's how
time matters in an advice because I knew from my sources they were trying to keep you guys out.
They did.
They did keep you out.
And look, here's how
time matters in an investigation.
The first 48 hours of anyone's disappearance are the most critical. And here's how these cases works. It is a state matter. It's a state and local law enforcement matter. What we, the FBI, do is say, hey, we're here to help. What do you need? What can we do? And for 4 days, we were kept out of the investigation. And when we were finally let in, Sean, look what we did. We went in and got the Ring doorbell. And we said, hey, is anyone talking to Google? I called the leadership at Google and I said, look, we know that there was not a subscription service.
And here's the thing. We would not know who Porch Guy was if it wasn't for the FBI today. We would have no idea. Because Doofus, Nanos, said, oh, can't get it. Well, you certainly can't get it if you don't try.
To capture all of the data that would have been captured had there been a subscription service. But can we go into the cache? Can we go into the data before it's deleted and see what we can find? That's why you have that image, because the FBI worked with Google to put that image out. Another thing we asked to do.
You guys got that tape, which was the biggest breakthrough during that case.
We could have gotten it days before. We could have also maybe gotten more data had we been let in.
Why wouldn't they want your help? Why did they send the DNA to a lab in Florida, not Quantico?
That's the other thing that you hit on, right? Again, we were saying we'll process it. I launched hundreds of agents and intel staff to Phoenix and Tucson just for this case, just to be on standby.
And they didn't want
just
you
to
there.
do the canvassing. And we said, we'll take the DNA. And again, it's a state and local matter. So it's their call on where to send the DNA. We have Quantico, best lab in the world. I had a fixed wing aircraft on the ground ready to move it immediately through the night.
Did they just say no?
And they said, we're sending it to Florida. And then, I don't know,
They have
60 days. They have jurisdiction, so it's their call. So
bad call.
Well, that's for the American public to decide. And what we can do is continue to offer support. We would have analyzed it within days and maybe gotten better information or more information. Our lab's just better than any other private.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? They're not private lab. This is Quantico. Other countries send stuff to Quantico for their analysis on it. that they just don't have the capability. They can process it faster than anywhere else. And it's been so frustrating that time is of the essence, right? I mean, if you could have gotten that in, 3 or 4 days and maybe gotten even more information out of it, you could have, what if this person that they have no idea has destroyed a bunch of evidence since then? Time is ticking.
Private lab out there, and we didn't get a chance to do that. So I understand everybody's frustrations on that.
No, I'm not frustrated with you. I'm frustrated that they, if I was the sheriff and the FBI was willing to help me and time is of the essence, I'd want all the help I can get.
Yeah, you would think, right? You would think. Okay. Now, I'm going to go to this. I pay for no commercials. I just had a makeup commercial and it was awful. How is a makeup commercial awful? Okay. All right. So Jennifer writes, what does the source information from the okay. Let me show you this right here. So we're going to get into the ICAC.
And is brilliant.
Remember this.
And he saw very clearly
listen
right away. Career in the military and worked in intelligence and is a fighter pilot and is brilliant. And he saw very clearly right away what this was. And even on the phone, when I called him, he knew. And he said, I think she's been kidnapped for ransom. And I said, yeah. What? Yeah. Well, why? What? And then, I mean, it sounds so like, how dumb could I be? But I didn't want to believe. I just said, do you think because of me? And he said, I'm sorry, sweetie, but yeah, maybe. Career in the military.
Again, the ransom thing, that just bothers me. That's the only thing that bothers me about Cameron. And in my opinion, it's not because of Cameron. It's because this is what he was told. I think he was given what he was told from Annie and Tommaso. And that is what he went with, right? I mean, you think of it and it's like, okay, so why would it be a ransom? You hadn't got a ransom letter, right? And usually if it is a ransom, you get a ransom letter usually left there, or you get it very, very quickly after they are abducted, right? So there's that. Okay. Joe, thank you for the floating heart, baby. Appreciate you very, very much. Thank you. Really do appreciate you. Judy, I can turn it down. I can turn it down a little bit if it's too loud. Oh, I got it on 15. That's probably real loud on y'all's end. It's usually louder on y'all's end than it is mine. Please check text. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they're looking for that one guy in Pima County. Gotcha. Thank you, Cassie. Okay. So, if you remember Sheriff Doofy, one of the things he said very early on, 38-second clip. Okay?
Is there any way to narrow down what time you might be up? Like, I know there was a report about a pacemaker dinging like around 2 o'clock in the morning.
First time.
People, hey, look around 1 a.m.
Thank you, Social Butterfly.
To help them
You know, I really don't want to get into narrowing down the time, because narrowing it down means we could miss some tips and leads. We're working on with the data we've submitted for investigative analysis. We're working to see if that time can be tightened up. But for now, we're going with what we told you earlier. She was dropped off at 9:30 and she was found to be missing at about 11 o'clock Sunday morning.
Is there any way to narrow down what time you might be up? Like, I know there was a report about a pacemaker dinging like around 2 o'clock.
Okay. Now here he says he can't, really narrow it down. But you're going to see the evolution of what he says here. Why do we never pictures of CG? Cameron in pics with his sisters and spouse. I know he is a private guy with family photos. We have photos with all of them together, Nancy and all of them. Sure. Social Butterfly, thank you again, babe. Thank you for the floating heart. Appreciate you very, very much. I bet they're going to find out nobody called any hospitals except maybe Savannah. Maybe. Nano reminds me of one of the guys in the first Home Alone episode that was robbing the house. Yes. Is it Marv? I think it's Marv. Lisa, piece of pumpkin eater. Had a wife and couldn't keep her. I always say that. I can't help it. Thank you so much, my dear, for your sunshine. You are my sunshine, my dear. Appreciate you very much. Leslie, always keeping it real. It's been 6 months and we really don't know more than we did on the first day. We just know that there's some fuckery afoot. That's for sure. So A&T must have said to Cameron that Miss G was kidnapped for ransom, and it was probably because of Savannah's hearsay. Cameron repeated hearsay that A&T told him. Agree. Now, we're going to get back to Annie and Tommaso in just a second. But you have to look at this.
Can you give us a little bit more of that?
Here's the second question that is asked to him. Same thing, different press conference. Joey with the Sunday trying to add some calories to me. Thank you, Joey. Appreciate you, babe. Thank you so much. Why did they cut out a square for Nancy's bedsheet containing mixed DNA? Does that change the motive? I've not heard that. Cameron is going to vet out any and every story that he's told regarding Nancy. In my opinion, with his past employment, it's going to be hard to pull a fast one on him. I agree. But I will say also, sometimes professionals aren't very good professionals at their own lives. I'll just say that. You know what I mean? If you're married to whoever dated a psychologist, a psychiatrist, a therapist. They're fucking crazy. And they tell people every day, but they generally don't take their own advice. So, kind of like dating a police officer. They're fucking crazy, most of them. Now, some of the older police officers who, have a long-term wife or whatever, like they're different. You get some good ones, but most of them are paranoid as hell. Yeah, 1 out of 10 recommend. It was another great. It was a theory where hair was found. We are not allowed to treat family. Yeah, in the medical world. Yeah.
Timeline, because you said she didn't leave on her own. That she was last seen at 9:45. She wasn't reported missing until noon.
Listen to this.
I believe what happened there was it at 9:45 in the evening, her children left her off. At some time earlier that morning, they got a call from somebody at the church who said, "Hey, your mom's not here."
Hold on, what?
Because you said she didn't leave on her own. That she was last seen at 9:45. She wasn't reported missing until noon. But I believe what happened there was it at 9:45 in the evening, her children left her off.
Okay. Again, second interview, 9:45 in the evening, her children, plural, left her off. And then it changes to Tommaso.
At some time earlier that morning, they got a call from somebody at the church who said, "Hey, your mom's not here." The family went to the house. I'm thinking they spent some time looking for her themselves before they called us. So I'm guessing.
Yeah, about 45 minutes, allegedly.
Maybe they got there around 11. So they did some searching and realized we need some help, and they called 911.
Do you have any idea what time Nancy would have been taken from the home?
There's a lot of things working there, and I just can't say that right now.
So, doesn't know what time Nancy might have been taken from the home in that time, right?
We're not. This is a timeline that we have been able to develop with some of the things that we've had processed. Various pieces of electronics that we've gathered. And you look at some of this, and I know you're going to say, well, why did it take you so long to get this to us, Sheriff? Well, because one thing, it's got to go out and be processed at different lab sites. And sometimes that stuff comes back to us. And like you, we have questions. And we say, wait a minute, what is this about? What about this? Could it be that? And so it's sent back, or it's sent somewhere else. So, and that's happening with all of the things we see. That process, that review, and that questioning of, all right, what is it we're looking at? So I'll go over it with you. You can see it on the board there, but at about 5:32 p.m., these are approximate times. 5:32 p.m., Nancy travels to her local family's home for dinner and playing games with the family.
Listen to his words.
At 9:48 p.m., which is very consistent to what we were told by the family, that Nancy was dropped off at home, and we know that because we have a garage door open at a.
Okay. Now, okay. We know that because we're told that by the family. Well, how about what you know? Right. The family can tell you something, or anybody can tell you something, but is it the truth? Sometimes, especially if you don't want someone found, you might not tell the truth. It's definitely hearsay. Yes, this is where the script comes in. Now listen to this.
Approximately, I can't stress that. We know that because we have a garage door open at approximately, I can't stress that enough, at approximately 9:48 p.m.
Now he says garage door opens approximately. I can't stress that enough, but approximately.
At 9:50 p.m., that garage door closes. Because that time we assume that Nancy's home. And
now listen to this. At that time, we assume. You assume Nancy's home? Now, come the hell on. Yeah. Come the hell on. Like, you should know whether Nancy 100% made it to her house or not. Right? Listen to that little part again.
9:48 p.m. At 9:50 p.m.,
right here,
that garage door closes. Because that time we assume that Nancy's home. And
we assume Nancy's home. Assume.
Probably going to bed.
Probably going to bed.
Sunday morning, early morning at 1:47 a.m., the doorbell camera disconnects. At 2:12 a.m., software detects a person on a camera, but there's no video available. They had no subscription, and therefore it would rewrite itself. It just kind of loops, right, and covers up. That's what our analysis teams have told us. We're not done with that. We'll do all we can, but that's what it says. So it detects a person on camera. Could that be an animal?
Oh, that would be
I imagine
good,
that's
Lady
possible.
Jane.
We don't know that. We just have no video. But we're not giving up on that. 2:28. Nancy's pacemaker app shows that it was a disconnect from the phone. And at 11:56 a.m., the family checks on Nancy, discovers her missing, and at 12:03 p.m., 911 is called in to the Piedmont County Sheriff's Department. I believe it's about approximately 10 minutes later, 12 minutes.
So, one thing that I've been thinking of, you know how 24 hours before Nancy goes missing, she is talking about that she's going to go over to her friend's house and watch Sunday church with her, right? I would like to know who all was there that day. Now, again, I believe that whoever porch guy is, that this was already in the motion, right? Him being there nearly 3 weeks prior. But knowing that Nancy was supposed to go somewhere, let's say, for instance, that, and I'm not blaming anybody, you're just on a theory here, that family would be involved. Could, for instance, a family member be there at that game or whatever? Or did Savannah or did Nancy tell A and T, yeah, Sunday I'm going to go, hang out with my friends, like she told at the Mahong game, and they went ahead and invited her over, could build an alibi, drop her off. They knew someone would come after she was dropped off. And then they knew that the friend from church is going to call them. Oh, where's, Nancy's not here. Oh, we should go check on her. They go and check on her. Is that a possibility? I don't know. But what we're getting ready to get into is the ICAC and Cellebrite. What that could mean. Did Nancy have some information that could have really been troubling to someone? Now, I'll get into it in a minute. It's a lot.
Minutes later, our patrol teams arrive. They see the scene, and we start our response with our search and rescue teams and our detectives from homicide and various units. In fact, every unit here, I think somebody questioned, how come there's an ICAC member out here, or this member? Everybody in our criminal investigations team is a part of this team and part of this investigative effort.
It's very interesting. He said, how come our ICAC is there? When you and I know that ICAC is why use ICAC and Cellebrite? I mean, there's Nancy's house, yeah. But why Tommaso's and Annie's? Right? Doesn't make sense if you ask me. Yeah. ICAC is internet crimes against children. Internet crimes against children. Okay?
I think with that, let me make sure. Now, I want to clarify some things that I may have already done, but yeah, I've gone over with the blood at the front door, the doorbell camera. It was removed, we know that, but we're not confirming that any cameras were smashed or destroyed around the house. I don't know where that came from, but that's something we're not confirming. The car,
I feel like there was if family is involved, I think there could have been a very important conversation that happened that evening. A very deep conversation.
The car that was at the home, it's just standard investigative practices. It's part of the search warrant scene, court orders. We pull it out of there and do our scene processing with the vehicle. Uber, we did speak to a driver because Nancy, we learned, had been taken Uber to the family residence,
Mahjong,
the daughter, for dinner. And we located that driver and spoke with them and got that information. The house, you guys got this, I think, conducting follow-up. I think you said somebody had mentioned that they saw a team out there again last night or yesterday, and that's just, again, what I was talking about before. Our partners wanted a chance to see it and examine things themselves, and more importantly, it's just we're constantly following up on things and go, hey, what about this? So we want to go back and check on some things. Here's the other thing. Someone had mentioned there was forced entry. I have no clue where that comes from. We have been very consistent. We are not discussing that at all. Whether it's forced entry or not forced entry, that is something we're just not discussing. So I don't know where anybody got that information. I think I am about done with.
Okay. All right. So you see that, you see that, you see that. Okay. Now, remember Ashley Banfield? She's had it up to her ears here. You'll see where I'm going with this in just a little bit. She's had it up to her ears here. And about the second letter, she didn't show very interesting. I wonder if it was why ICAC was involved. Yes, guys, please hit that thumbs up button. Tap the screen, doing all that good stuff.
On week 6, instead, he is saying absolutely there's a concern to the public out there. And we've known since day one what this person was doing and what he had planned to do when he was in there. We've known effectively motive. My words, not his, but you heard me. You heard him. So what the hell is it? You've known since day one what the suspect was doing there and that there's a concern to the public? Then why didn't you say that on day 1 and day 2? Why did you tell us?
Do you guys remember Sheriff Doofy saying that we know why this guy was there? We know why this guy was there. Well, if you know why this guy was there, is it that big of a mystery? And are we just sitting here, saying? You can tell she's frustrated here, and she has every right to be. Well, yeah, he said no danger to the public too, but he did an interview and he said, we know why this guy was there. Yeah, we're going to get into it. We're going to get into it in just a second. I just want to piece all these together before I do. Did anyone recall the white van or white truck that pulled up? You could hear a drilling inside. I believe a lock was busted and they were fixing a door. Others say it was a safe being opened. I remember a white van, but I don't remember anything about a sound. They'd say that in Moscow, Idaho too. They were wrong. Yeah. Even he, Kay Miller. Have you ever heard a sheriff say that, someone's cleared, but, something might come up later and they won't be cleared? No, you haven't, because they don't clear anybody unless you're freaking clear, except Sheriff Nanos. You either say they're not clear, or everyone's still a suspect, or don't say anything at all. But you don't say, yeah, they're clear, but later they might not be. I've never in my entire life heard something like that. Oh, thank you, dear. Justin, I've been watching your old channel today and you look so different than today. You look thinner today and your hair was different. Yeah. I've lost a little bit of weight. I was really battling Lyme's when I was on my first channel. Well, not really battling it. I was getting better. Thank you, my dear. FBI screwed up badly, terribly. Well, I don't know if it's the FBI. I think it's Nanos. Okay, now listen to Ashley here. This is very important.
Since day 1, what the suspect was doing there and that there's a And why did my sources tell me what your focus was
Listen.
on day one? You towed the brother-in-law's car. Then you searched their house. You called off the search for Nancy Guthrie. You turned over the scene and you told the public there was nothing to worry about. What changed, Sheriff Nanos? Did we have nothing to worry about on day one because your beliefs were something else? Or did you not believe since day one that there was a danger to the community out there and that you've known all along what the motive is? I don't.
Boom. Now, oh, Montana, I look very tired tonight. Well, I took an Ambien rather than my blood pressure pill. So that's why. And I wasn't going to cancel my live. But I don't nod out on my live stream, even with an Ambien. So, nothing to worry about me. Anyway, listen to this. Hey, Inspecting, good to see you, babe. Listen to this. Is this why they stopped looking for Nancy? Is this why they stopped looking for Nancy?
No concern. And why did my sources tell me what your focus was?
Which was the brother-in-law, right?
On day one. You towed the brother-in-law's car. Then you searched their house.
What day did she say? Hold on.
No worries, no concern. And why did my sources tell me what your focus was on day one?
On day one. Wow. I mean, if she means like literally day one, that tells me, in my opinion, that something was already off. Some fuckery was going on. Right? Justin Tijuana's gotta love that. I took Ambien. It is what it is. Day one. Right? So what did they know at day one?
You towed the brother-in-law's car.
Yes.
Then you searched their house. You called the search for Nancy Guthrie.
Yep. Stop searching for Nancy Guthrie. Start looking at their house, right? Started with the ICAC and the Cellebrite, towed their vehicle, right? After they did the ICAC and the Cellebrite, 3 days later, they come back and what do? They're looking at luminol. You know what luminol is for, right? Blood. Now, we're only one person that's missing, and that's Nancy. And Nancy should not have any blood in their home. No blood in the garage or any cleanup of blood in the garage. Okay? So, what does that mean? Now, we talk about crimes. Motive means opportunity, right? Well, we don't know exactly what the motive is here. I'll be the first to tell you that. I have no idea what the motive is here. But I can tell you what most of the time motives are in these situations. Money. Someone having information that could damage another person. Hatred for one reason or another. you can go into, you know, SA and all of that stuff, but that's not going to apply here, in my opinion. So, ICAC, Internet Crimes Against Children, ICAC.
You turned over the scene and you told the public there was nothing to worry about. What changed, Sheriff Nanos? Did we have nothing to worry about on day one because your beliefs were something else? Or did you not believe since day one that there was a danger to the community out there and that you've known all along what the motive is?
I appreciate Ashley just absolutely blasting it right there, because that was very much needed. Very much needed. Now, we're going to go to Jesse Waters,
and we're really toward,
who is, in my opinion, one of the most handsome men on the planet. He is so good looking. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. I'd eat his breakfast. I really would. I'd eat his Fruit Loops. I'm telling you, he's very handsome. 911 has not been released or heard. That is correct. That is correct. He's beautiful, isn't he? I love a tall, kind of dark, and handsome man. I love dark hair on a guy. I would never, I don't think I've ever been attracted to a blonde guy, ever. But that's a whole nother story. Look at the Ambien making me talk. Okay, on with it.
And for the life of us, there are a lot of questions, a lot more questions than answers. And I don't have an answer for why we are just hearing about the back door. But let me just quickly go through several points. Number one is Savannah Guthrie tells us that when her sister calls her, when first calls her, Savannah goes, "You better call the police." Well, the sister says, "No, the police are here already." You know, Jesse, using common sense, if a loved one goes missing, the first thing you're going to do is call or text the people that are closest to that person to find out if you've heard from that person. That in and of itself seems a little odd to me as to why the sister or brother or anybody did not reach out to Savannah Guthrie prior to calling the police or while they were waiting for the police. There's about a 12-minute gap between the time 911 is called to the time the police arrive. That's number one. Number two is, this would be the last.
I don't think that they were separating. I don't think Annie and Tommaso were separating. However, I will say that I did see a picture of Tommaso with another woman at a dinner, and it had like red hearts as like placemats and stuff like that. And he's really close to her. And it made me wonder, you know, do they have like this open relationship, you know, and they're swingers or whatever? I don't know. Jesse Waters, he's a doucher. He could doucher mine twice a day, 3 times on a Tuesday. Okay.
Last scenario of an 84-year-old lady who has physical limitations that anybody would contemplate kidnapping for a ransom. There was nothing that would have been consistent at the very onset to lead anybody to believe that Nancy Guthrie was the target of a kidnapping for ransom. That statement in and of itself causes me to now have a lot of questions as to how someone would have even gotten to that point from just being on the phone prior to showing up. Number three is Savannah Guthrie offered later on in her interview with some very specific facts that her mother left the house in her pajamas without her shoes. How did Savannah Guthrie know that at the time her mother left the house, she was clothed in her pajamas without her shoes on? That leads me to believe that law enforcement perhaps has other video that, quite frankly, they have not disclosed.
And he could be right, right? How does she know? Like, I mean, obviously, let's think about it. Obviously, if Nancy gets home from a dinner, she's going to have to change into her night clothes, right? And it's kind of late. It's close to 10 o'clock for an 84-year-old woman who can't hear very good, can't see very good, and can't move very well. So, you're sweet, Marie. So, tell me, how did she know? Is she just assuming this? Or has she seen other video or other thumbnails from inside the home? Steve, they never done it. They just can't prove it. Justin, your medicine is working like true serum on you. Care.
Unless Nancy Guthrie only had one pair of shoes in that house, how would anybody be able to know that she left the house without her shoes on? That's a very specific material fact.
Right.
And it caused us to pause and
Oh, she
wonder.
she did.
There's a lot of things that we just don't know.
You know, you bring up three really interesting observations. I don't, you know, I'm not an investigator, but you know how these things go, and I can't explain the things that you're raising either. The notes.
Yeah. K. Miller.
The two notes, she said.
K. Miller, she did have, that's what they said. She had no subscriptions inside, but they did have little thumbnails, and they had little, like, real short little clips. And of course the motion, when the motion happened. The fact that he just dumped Nancy out and left is not sitting well with me, not buying it.
She still believes those weren't hoaxes. Well, what does that tell you?
She not only said that 2 of the ransom notes with specificity she believes are real, she actually also suggested that it was one kidnapper. She never refers to individuals, meaning plural. If you go back and listen to her interview, she talks about one person. And so that leads me to believe that in those ransom notes, and again, there may have been some clues within those notes. By way of example, we took your mom in her pajamas. You will notice that those pajamas are not there. We took her without her shoes. Her shoes or her slippers are still by her bedside. And so there is some specific facts that are known to law enforcement that, quite frankly, they're keeping very close to the vest. I will just say that.
Now, I just thought of something. Could your 84-year-old grandmother or mother, could she walk outside barefoot? I'm asking. Could she walk? I mean, seriously, could your 84-year-old mother or grandmother walk outside with no shoes? Not on that gravel. Without hearing aids, no balance, no. Mama of 3, I'm 58 and con. Can't or can? really funny. I used to, not so much. Yeah, when we were kids and young, like, you know, we could run, you know, on gravel. Feet were tough. Now, I can't do anything barefoot. So, my mom is 83 and there's just no way. So, I'm just thinking about, you know, I mean, yeah, she would walk across the floor. That would be fine. She'd walk on the sidewalk. That would be fine. But walking in the yard and walking on the gravel, that's going to be extraordinarily hard for her. So think about that. Again, I don't know if Nancy was alive when she left that home. I don't know if she was alive when she left that home. And if she was, they may have just picked her up and put her in the car. But that's going to require more than one person. And we only have one person there at the door. Kimchi, thank you for the 100. Appreciate you, babies. Really do appreciate you. Good to see you. And Joey, thank you for the Sunday. Appreciate you, dear. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. It would be like walking on a small Lego. Yeah. How did Nancy get to her pool? Well, she probably had pool shoes. Right? Oh, that's amazing, Ruby. God bless him. Many more years.
This to you, that this interview, I don't think helped the investigation. In fact, if anything, I think it may have hurt. I think it also may have hurt their credibility because there are just things that just quite frankly don't add up. And statistically, these cases generally lead back to someone who's within that inner circle.
Wow, that's a strong statement, Stuart.
He's right. It does normally lead someone. I mean, this has got to be someone that knows Nancy. Either, you know, an acquaintance, someone she's, you know, worked for her, or someone very close.
We'll see how it plays out. Why would, putting the credibility issue aside, why would this interview hurt the investigation?
I'm not saying that it hurts the investigation, but I do believe that less is more, because the more information you let out to the general public, and obviously there is an individual, at least one individual, because we saw them on that Ring doorbell, it gives that person an individual to backtrack and perhaps cover his or her tracks. And so what my suggestion would be is that less is more, allow the investigation to run its course. I don't see any benefit to Savannah Guthrie going on national TV and kind of, you know, opening herself up. Look, it is very upsetting. Clearly, this is a devastating situation for this family. But I'm not so sure that the investigators are in any way supportive of Savannah Guthrie going on a talk show to kind of lay out certain material relevant facts. By way of example, pajamas without her shoes. And by the way, Jesse, if you go back, I believe that Savannah Guthrie said that she heard my mother said was begging for mercy. Now, I don't know if that's her interpretation, or is there a recording that was her mom pleading for mercy when she was leaving the house with whoever?
Good question. I mean, you know, was when Savannah said, you know, Nancy was, you know, begging for mercy, is she just imagining this in her head? You know, she's obviously not in the best frame of mind at that time. But still, nonetheless, it raises a question, right? Okay. Ashley Banfield is standing by her story and source. The son-in-law is a suspect, allegedly, I'll say, in Nancy Guthrie abduction, car towed as potential evidence. Listen to this 1-minute clip.
That was another thing that I'm just putting a lot of pieces together.
No, you're right. And
again,
you're,
they're not
and the
very
other thing the
experienced,
audience should know, they probably already do know, is you're not some whack reporter. Like, this is your beat. You've been
done it a
covering
million
crime
times.
for 20 years. You're very solid. Your reporting
40.
standards.
38, but who's counting? 38
You've
years
been
this year.
reporting for many, many years, but like
Yeah.
your reporting standards are very high. So you understand very well the gravity of reporting something like this. This is not just some slapdash operation. And you trust this source that told you right now he's the
She didn't have a dog at the time.
High level.
Okay.
High
So no,
level.
you're right.
I
They
can't
wouldn't.
say
And
they
when
don't
was
get a
it
lot
that they
higher than
seized
this
the
level.
car?
Why was it they seized the car?
When?
Okay, you heard her there. High level. It doesn't get much higher than this level of her sources telling her that they were eyeing Tommaso.
I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that the FBI, according to Brian Enton, was over at Annie Guthrie's house yesterday for several hours.
What was that part?
When was
get a
it
lot
that they
higher than
seized
this
the
level.
car?
Why was it they seized the car?
When?
I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that the FBI, according to Brian Enton, was over at Annie Guthrie's house yesterday for several hours.
Okay. And back over at that house again. So the question is, why do they keep doing this? Right? Why do they keep going over to Annie's and Tommaso's, taking, this is literally them taking evidence out of the house multiple times, I might add, multiple times, right? Why do they keep doing this? Okay. Now, tell me. Showing up day and night. Showing up day and night, right? We're almost at the ICAC and the Cellebrite. Thank you, Jeannie. Thank you, baby, for the flower. Appreciate you. This is FBI, right? After they did the Cellebrite and the ICAC, 3 days later, they went back in the house. Jeannie, thank you so much, my lovies. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support. Really do appreciate that, Miss Jeannie. Much love to you. So I was looking at her book today, and there are things in the book that that'll have like 3 words on the entire page. Like no more than 10 words. Seriously. And I'm like, people buy this shit? I mean, I'm going to do a poetry book. Seriously. If you can do that, go for it, right? Okay. Now, let me see here. Oh, you remember, did I show you guys that? Did I show y'all that? Hold on. You remember, I got some very interesting things here. Brian Enton did this interview. I played it at the very beginning of the live stream about how he was getting something different. Let's see if I can got it here. So Brian Inton, okay, let me just play this part because this is very important for my next part. I played this earlier. It's 15 seconds, but I want you to listen to it again.
Again, it's
Listen to
hard to
this.
blame the searchers because the family was pretty insistent that this was a walkaway as well, and so they were doing.
The family was pretty insistent that this was a walk away as well. Yes, Cindy, baked beans, douche, and a lawn chair. Yes, exactly. You get me? So the family was pretty insistent that this was a walk away as well.
What they were trying to do and searching, looking for Nancy, and I believe it got to the point where once they didn't find her in the area, combined with the blood on the stoop, that's when everybody kind of decided, all right, we have something else here.
So see, what I heard was the opposite, that the family was pushing them to say, look, it's not a walk away. And that the investigators in the very beginning were considering it a walk away, but the family was having to remind them over and over again, like, no, she wouldn't just walk away. She's in bad health, and she doesn't have cognitive issues. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, that's not the information that I gathered today.
What did you, if you don't mind explaining a little more, what did you hear
Not
today?
the information he gathered.
Just that the family believed that she was out there, that she'd walked away.
That the family said she was out there and that she just walked away. But
I mean, from the very early moments, Annie and Tommy were saying this isn't that case that you are used to where someone wanders off. She can't wander off.
so then you have Savannah saying that. And, I really try not to get too conspiracy on this stuff. But it's like, did they want Savannah to say this
moments,
in her
Annie
interview?
and Tommy were saying this isn't that case that you are used to where someone wanders off. She can't wander off. My mom, she was in tremendous pain. Her back was very bad. She was trying to, on a good day, she could. So there was no wander off. Doors were propped open.
Yeah.
And there was blood on the front doorstep. And the Ring camera had been yanked off.
Yeah.
And so.
And remember the letter. We didn't realize she was as frail as she was. We're sorry.
We were saying this is.
Do something.
This is not okay.
Yeah.
This isn't. Something is very wrong here. Early moments, Annie and Tommy were saying this isn't that case that you are used to where someone wanders off. She can't wander off. My mom, she was in tremendous pain. Her back was very bad. She was trying to, on a good day, she could walk down to the mailbox and get the mail, but most days not. So there was no wander off.
Okay.
And the doors were propped open.
Yeah.
And there was blood on the front doorstep. And the Ring camera had been yanked off.
Yeah.
And so we were saying this is.
Do something.
This is not okay.
Yeah.
This isn't.
I gotta show y'all something.
Something is very wrong here. Early moments, Annie and Tommy were saying this isn't that case that you are used to.
So, again, whenever the sheriff says we should be ashamed, about, again, things that he has done and the FBI. Wanted to show you this. This is an interview that was done to Annie. And or maybe it was Tommaso. It was Annie or Tommaso. But I want you to look at it. What is your future plans? I'm going to continue teaching. This was Annie. This was Annie now. I'm going to continue teaching oracle writing. First of all, what the fuck's oracle writing? Let me Google that. What is oracle writing? Oracle writing, or oracle bone script, is the earliest known form of systematic writing in ancient China. From the Shang dynasty. Purpose and use. Divination. Royalty used the bones of what? One second. Royalty used the bones of Scapulacy, a ritual to predict the future and seek guidance from ancestors or gods. Process. Kings or ritual spiritual specialist asked questions about weather, warfare, harvest, and illness. Then applied heat until the bone cracked. Recording. Scribes carved the king's query. The deviation results and weather predictions came true directly into the shell or bone. Significance. Ancestors of Chinese. It is a direct evolutionary ancestor of modern Chinese characters. Character count. Archaeologists have found over 4,500 distinct bone oracle characters, successfully deciphering about half of them. Okay. Let's find it here. Okay. That's a little weird. Scorched earth, yeah. Thank you for the Sunday. Thank you for a Sunday on a Monday. Appreciate you, babies. Good to see you. That's okay. Thank you so much. Yeah. That's what I was getting to, Mohawk. I am going to continue teaching oracle writing at the Poetry Center in Tucson. It keeps me on my toes. Hopefully, I can manage a tiny book tour when the books come out. I have friends, listen to this, in big cities, and I will probably just design it around where my loved ones live. Paris, New York, San Francisco, LA, Los Angeles, Asheville. I am forgetting somebody. Okay. Well, that's fine. That's fine. Who's paying for the flights? I don't know. But for me, my question is, when it comes to this, is who's going to take care of her mom? Who's going to take care of Nancy? Stop saying Sunday, I want one. Who's going to take care of Nancy while you do a book tour? you know? So there's that. Okay. Now, look at this. This is from Hello. The sisters stayed at home despite starting college to take care of their mom. Quote, we had a spoken or unspoken pact that on the weekends, even though we were college girls, one of us would always stay home on one of the weekends, one of the weekend nights, so that my mom wouldn't be alone, end quote. She added, quote, that was just something we did together as sisters, end quote. Right, Don. So, you can take this how you will, but they had this spoken or unspoken pact, even as college girls, that one of them was going to be there with Nancy. Right? Can't even think that A&T might have something to do with this. I don't know. I find that interesting, though. But the real question is, right? This is them talking to Annie and Tommaso's neighbors. Now, again, why are they talking to their neighbors? She was taken home by Tommaso. Right? Tommaso came home. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here, right? Why are they looking in drains? I will never forget this day. I'll never forget this day. A lot seashell. Now, I mean, seriously, I don't care where you stand on this case, right? Because I don't know. I'm not blaming anybody. But I don't know why they are looking right outside of their neighborhood in a damn culvert for Nancy. This is literally a picture. Did something happen in that neighborhood that night? Was there suspicious phone, vehicle data, camera footage? Yeah, Pamela, I think so too. Right? I mean, Nancy lives miles away from here. This is Annie and Tommaso's backyard. There was over 200 police and FBI agents on the ground when they went over there. You got to ask yourself, this is not a routine. I mean, let's be real. You know, you get their alibi and, you know, you get their text messages and you can, that they haven't spoken to anybody about, anything that might be off, to clear them. Let's be real. That's basic investigating. This is not basic investigating. If you're looking in a culvert for an 84-year-old woman who should be on the other side of town, and that's where she was dropped off at, the garage doors go down, and 3.5, 4 hours later, she's taken out of her home. This is not basic investigating, folks. That's the big culverts, yeah. So, big questions there. Here they are in Annie and Tommaso's neighborhood. Again, talking to neighbors. Did they see anything? Do they know anything? Do they have any cameras? Family is the first, law enforcement and friends, then other avenues look after that, yeah. Why search culverts if kidnapped? Body removal, they were searching deposit sites, it's obvious. Yeah. And you got to remember what Nanos said. I played at the beginning of this, or what, not Nano, well, Ashley was talking about it. That Nanos said, we know who did this. There is no, nobody should be concerned. Meaning like other people in Tucson. He let her in the front door, but opened the garage door to let in the perp at the exact same time. I don't know. If that's the truth, then why would they wait 4 hours? And why would, if they waited, if that was the case, then why did it take so long for the perp to be seen on camera? Maybe the reason we haven't found Nancy is because the ones that probably did it or mastermind is off the suspects list, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, I got it. I see you. Yeah. It was through a company they're suing. What was through a company? Porch guy was to take the camera so they couldn't see the car. Okay, now. This is from Fox. FBI agents canvassed an area near Annie Guthrie's home in Tucson, Arizona on Tuesday, prior to 2 SWAT armored vehicles departing the Pima County Sheriff's Office parking lot. 2 sources tell Fox News Digital that SWAT rollout is related to the Nancy Guthrie case, though it remains unclear where the vehicles went. Now, think of that a second. Think of that a second. They were all at Annie's house and Tommaso's house. They did the ICAC, the Cellebrite. Then they came a couple days later and did the luminol. Right? Then they're over here searching. Drains, all of this stuff. Then these trucks roll out. Pima County armored vehicles roll out as they are searching this area. We're going to get into it, AM. Going to get into it. So, is there a connection between over here at Annie A&T's home and when they started doing this swatting? Okay. Now, look at this. One sec. All right, let me clear some of this stuff. Oh, let me show you this one too. This is Michael Roots, very good in Nancy Guthrie case. He's a Fox reporter. Investigators canvassed the neighborhood around Annie Guthrie's home in Tucson, Arizona, Tuesday, February 10th, 2026. The investigation into the disappearance of her mother, Nancy Guthrie, continues. Now, that's the 10th. Now, do you remember the dates I told you earlier? Remember the dates I told you earlier? They started really, allegedly, looking at Annie and Tommaso's house on February 3rd, February 4th. February 3rd, February 4th, February 7th, and February 10th. And I think there's the 8th or the 9th, they went back there during the daytime. Okay. Right? Now take a look at this. I want to show you an interview here. Then we're going to get into, did Nancy know some information that could hurt someone? Were they hurting someone? And she could have said something. Remember the ICAC. Thank you, Kimchi, for the flower. Appreciate you, babies. Really do appreciate you. Thank you very much for your support. Nancy did not walk away. That would be like putting me out in the street with my walker and told to walk away. Right. How close are the homes where A&T live? Very close. Nancy was so attached to that home that even if she had some kind of stroke, she would not leave the home, walk away. Right. I feel like, in my opinion, law enforcement has known for a long time when the pacemaker stopped working or if there was any variations and seems to be flat. They know her time of death. You would think. Get this. This is one of the most interesting men in interviews that I've seen talk about some of this data that nobody else has ever talked about. Listen to this.
The question everyone's thinking about, John, is, are we back at square one?
Well, it's hard to know what square we're actually at because the sheriff's been pretty guarded about the information he gives out. Now, there's two sides on that knife that cut both ways. One is he's protecting the integrity of the case for an eventual prosecution.
Okay. Maybe I should just play it all through and then I can talk about it so I don't keep interrupting. But remember, they were back here in the backyard looking for something, allegedly a phone. And you can't forget, after they left Annie's that day, they came back at about 2 o'clock in the morning and was looking around the back of Nancy's home. Now, again, why? Why are they looking at Nancy's, or going from Annie and Tommaso's home, and then looking for a phone in her backyard? Heidi, thank you so much for the floating heart, babe. Appreciate you very, very much. Much love to you, my dear. Yes, guys, please hit that thumbs up button. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. Double tap that screen if you're on the mobile feed. Also, consider becoming a member. We need to get our memberships up. Consider becoming a member, guys. We'd love to have you. Okay, Cassie, I will.
Both ways. One is he's protecting the integrity of the case for an eventual prosecution. But the other side is it doesn't do you guys any good for having fresh updates and fresh information.
If you were working this case, what would you be doing?
One of the things that I haven't heard anybody talk about is using vehicles as a tool. Now, if you notice when we came in here today, if you look at just about every car down the hill here, they all have that shark fin on the back. And people might not know this, but your location in your vehicle, even if you don't have it enabled, is stored, I believe 90% of them through AT&T. I would be looking at that as far as cars that come up here. When you guys sent me the address today, I plug it into the phone. Other people had to do the same thing. They had to plug that information into MapQuest or into Google search on their phone, and they drive in here. Well, there is a way that they can do a reverse keyword search on anybody that plugged in this address to this area. And you got to do it fairly quick because they don't store that information forever. There are going to be probably somebody in there that doesn't belong here.
And yesterday.
So they can reverse anyone that's used a GPS within a certain amount of time. Now, the ICAC, and then we're going to get to some breaking news here. Damn fly is bothering me. We're going to get to some breaking news here. What is ICAC? And why were they at Tommaso and Annie's house? ICAC stands for Internet Crimes Against Children. Yeah, you heard that right. Internet Crimes Against Children, right? And it is primarily a mission investigating technology crimes against children. But ICAC investigators also, detectives, they also interview people as well. They are often some of the department's most technically trained digital investigators. The DOJ says ICAC task force have both investigative and forensic components. Their training includes cell phone technology, social media investigating, wireless networks, computer forensics, and other forms of evidence. On February 4th, 2026, they were outside of Annie and Tommaso's home, and it showed investigators with ICAC clothing, right? They also had the Cellebrite extraction device there. The federal ICAC program owns performance measured documents, specifically lists Cellebrite as an example of technology used for digital forensic examination, right? So what can they do, right? They can extract phones, text messages, call logs, contacts, photographs, video, app data, timestamps, browser artifacts, location artifacts, Wi-Fi connections, Bluetooth information, downloaded files, screenshots, notes, emails, artifacts, messaging app database, deleted items as well, right? Now, what I think that they are doing is they are most likely reconstructing Annie and Tommaso's timeline, most likely. But why? Why do they have to go to these great lengths? Because not everyone uses ICAC. And I'm not going to say anyone is involved in this or anyone, and what I'm about to say, I'm not going to say, I'm just saying this makes me wonder, okay? Tommaso worked for a school. And I wonder why ICAC was there. Internet crimes against children. Now, again, they do more than that. But is or could there be, thank you, Cindy, is or could there be more that Nancy knew? That Nancy knew? Was she going to tell on someone? Is T back to teaching at the school? Don't know. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's because something was off on the investigation with A&T. That is why they went to such big lengths. Absolutely. Okay, guys, we got some breaking news here. 1 second.
All right, everybody. All right, so this is now become a situation. Alex Barnett has been arrested, everybody. Breaking news, Alex Barnett has done the right thing tonight. He has given himself up, and it is now turned into an arrest. And he's going to be booked into the Pima County Jail. The guy said over here, he shook hands with the brother. They shook hands with the brother, and the family is just concerned. The dad is right here next to us in the truck with the family there. The dad came over and got him to give it up and leave. But here is the brother leaving now with possibly another family member. So this is become a...
So
now,
for those of you that don't know, this guy is the guy that is being arrested, is the one that man that unalived the officer the other day. Alex, the 6'3" guy that we were looking and coming in that convenience store. Alex James Barnett. He was just arrested after a quite a long standoff, but he came out peacefully. He was to be considered armed
for the family
and extremely dangerous. They got him. They got him. They've got him all now.
All right, so we're going to be back, Facebook.
Did they unalive the pregnant wife too?
Justice can be served now. This has got to be a hard situation for the family. The father just left. There goes the father. He just left the scene, everybody. It appears the father came on and talked Alex to make the right decision.
Yeah. She survived. Okay. Oh, gotcha.
This is the best outcome that could have happened tonight, everybody. There's nobody that's been hurt. The family,
thank God,
is very distraught, but obviously relieved, right? Relieved. They were really worried that his brother said, I don't want anything to happen to my brother. So everybody,
Cassie put pew-pewed.
this has been resolved, but we are still here waiting to see if they're going to do a press conference or anything like that. I'm looking.
Heard the people were talking shit, so saying I was loud.
Oh, no. Don't ever listen. Don't ever
That's
listen
my
to
friend.
the chat.
Like, they're talking shit about you.
No, don't ever listen to the chat. Hey, how you doing?
The sister.
Oh my gosh.
I tell you, he was fucking that CO, the female one.
Really?
The baby's probably his. So before all this shit,
Oh, that's
gets
what I
done-
heard.
Yeah, that is. And she
Whoa.
was bringing in hella drugs to the prisons and all to the jails and shit. And her little dude, he was pushing hella fucking pills too.
Really?
So
So this needs to be uncovered because it obviously.
you think he would just go in and hurt?
Yeah, they
people?
finally got
The whole
him out.
reason-
You're good. No, because
the whole
everything.
reason he relapsed was because she was bringing the shit in to begin with.
Really?
Yes, really.
Have you told this to?
No.
Or you just getting it out?
So this is the second case we have covered now where these criminals were bringing rugs into the prison and they unalived people whenever they got out. Do you guys remember Tennessee? I can't think of his name right now. It's on the tip of my tongue. Austin Drummond. He unalived, I think, 5 people. That was a crazy case. He's evil. So there was 3 guys, well, technically 2, that was wanted in Tucson for unaliving a police officer in training. And apparently Alex got this correctional officer who was married to a Pima County soon-to-be law enforcement, pregnant, allegedly, while she was a correction officer. And Alex, the tall guy, got her pregnant, allegedly. And apparently he got out, and now he's going to prison for life. And Santiago Roger allegedly helped him. Right, Nicole? That's absolutely nuts.
Oh, she's that's where she's.
I think they need to really check and see any other crimes. Right? Yeah, Carlos was unalived, yeah. Because God only knows. I mean, they've had kidnapping charges.
I mean, families have gone through that, and it's like, so that's why, I mean, I just pray that they can all go recover somehow from this, you know what I mean? Because it's
So ICAC is Internet Crimes Against Children. That's what that is. And, the question is, and it's conspiracy at this point. I just want to, it's just a theory. I want to make sure that people knows that it's just a theory. But, it makes me wonder, did Nancy know something? Is that why Adult Protective Services came there? Now, some people say Adult Protective Services come there because she went missing. But did Nancy go over there and have dinner? And did they have a long discussion? Was there something going on with Tommaso that Nancy found out about? Someone came to her. She found something. Whatever. Internet Crimes Against Children. To be honest with you, I hate just judging someone just based upon their looks. You know what I mean? But I get that weird feeling with T. I get that weird feeling. I do. Deanna, you missed a lot, girl. A lot. You gotta rewind. A and T have hidden from the very beginning. I don't know. I just get that weird feeling from him, and I hate saying that because there's no basis. You know what I mean? I hate saying that, but I do. I get that weird feeling. They should not be looking, in my opinion, outside of her home in a drum. Okay, so they've already taken him away. Let me show you this, guys. Remember this? Remember the ransom note? Remember the ransom note that said we'll need time to get her back in Tucson? Yeah. Well, take a look at this. Now, a lot of people don't believe these letters from TMZ. I still do. I still do. Listen here.
I will share a little bit of news with you. The person who has been incessantly contacting us,
although
saying,
stopped for a while.
Yeah. We got another letter today from this person, an email saying, I know where her body is and who the kidnapper is, give me half a Bitcoin and I'll tell you. And this person has been really persistent, knowing that if it's a scam, it's a federal crime.
Right. But they also made the point that they wanted to make it clear that they have nothing to do with it.
Right.
They've been out of the country, but who knows?
We forwarded
we forwarded it to the FBI,
Right.
as we have in the past.
Right.
And for whatever reason, and this is the thing we haven't figured out, you have to assume that the law enforcement, they believe that this person is not legit. Otherwise, they would have advised Savannah to pay the money.
Can we just be really transparent? I think you're right that the law enforcement.
Well, now we know that Harvey said that they were putting $200 and some in. He said not to say anything, but they ended up leaking, not TMZ, but the other news station. So he was just going along with it.
Doesn't. There's something.
I just can't figure out
Listen,
why.
listen.
Why not take a flyer? The price of Bitcoin is much lower now. These are like, you could just take a flyer and see what the person knows. The most you lose is 20 grand, 25 grand.
I'll tell you why. My spidey senses tell me that there's something about this guy, because one of the emails he sent said early on, time is of the essence to do this. And then the next day he said, time is no longer of the essence. If he was pulling a scam, why would you say time is no longer of the essence?
Right.
Exactly. And so they got these letters too. Time is no longer of the essence. If he was pulling a scam, right, why would he say that? He knows he's not going to get any money. But you guys remember, I found it. I just found it. I'm going to show it to you in a minute. Do you guys remember where we said, are we missing a letter? Brian did it the other day. Talked about it the other day. Are we missing a letter? Well, I found something that you could, it's a note, if you will, with the receipt. I did a little bit more digging, and I'm going to tell you what I think it is. Hey, Widow Baby. Carlos is not the Carlos in the Nancy Guthrie case. Carlos was a soon-to-be law enforcement of Pima County. His wife was a correctional officer and got pregnant by, allegedly, by an inmate. The inmate and this other guy unalived him and tried to unalive her while she was pregnant. She survived. He didn't. So, but a lot of people are, trying to put these together. If Santiago or them could be porch guy, it's possible. But listen to this. Let me just back this up.
Tell me that there's something about this guy, because one of the emails he sent said early on, time is of the essence to do this. And then the next day he said, time is no longer of the essence. If he was pulling a scam, why would you say time is no longer of the essence?
Right. You want to keep the value high.
You want to keep
of
the
your
value
information.
high.
Yeah.
And the fact that he said this made me think, this guy knows something.
Yeah, it's a way to look honest as well, though.
I'm not, look,
Right.
I'm not FBI.
We're
I
not
don't
privy to
know.
all the information they are, but
you're talking about
just
the
from the
psychology,
outside
yeah.
looking in, it sure seems like this person knows something.
Hold on. Did I miss it?
This person has been really persistent, knowing
One second.
that if it's a scam, it's a federal crime.
Right. But they also made the point that they
Right here.
wanted to make it clear that they have nothing
Listen,
to do with it.
listen.
Right. They've been out of the country, but who knows?
Okay, here we go. Again, the out of the country thing has always busted my bubble. Something is up with, I believe, these notes, right? It's the same person that allegedly wrote the notes to the ransom. Time is of the essence. Time is no longer of the essence. That they are out of the country and they have nothing to do with it. If you're out of the damn country, how And why do you care? And then go back to the letter. It says it'll take us, 12 hours or so to, return to Tucson. And people's always been, going around, like, how far can you get in 12 hours? How far can you get in 12 hours? Well, if you're out of the fucking country and you're on a jet, you can get pretty far in 12 hours. How about that? Nobody talks about that. Right? Listen to that.
But they also made the point that they wanted to make it clear that they have nothing to do with it.
Right.
They've been out of the country, but who knows?
We forwarded
again, we forwarded it to the FBI,
Right.
as we have in the past.
Right.
And for whatever reason, and this is the thing we haven't figured out, you have to assume that the law enforcement, they believe
That's
that
true,
this
too.
person is not legit. Otherwise, they would have advised Savannah to pay the money.
Can we just be really transparent?
Uh-huh.
I think you're right that the law enforcement doesn't. There's something.
I just can't figure out why.
There's something.
Now, again, he just said, I think you're right. But he came out after this and he said, law enforcement told us to not say anything. But they also forgot to contact the other news agencies and they ended up telling on them.
Flyer, the price of Bitcoin is much lower now. These are like, you can just take a flyer and see what the person knows. The most you lose is 20 grand, 25 grand.
I'll tell you why. My spidey senses tell me that there's something about this guy, because one of the emails he sent said early on, time is of the essence to do this. And then the next day he said, time is no longer of the essence. If he was pulling a scam, why would you say time is no longer of the essence?
Right. You want to keep the value high.
You want to keep
of
the
your
value
information.
high.
Yeah.
And the fact that he said this made me think, this guy knows something.
Yeah, it's a way to look honest as well, though.
I'm not, look,
Right.
I'm not FBI.
We're
I
not
don't
privy to
know.
all the information they are, but
you're talking about
just
the
from the
psychology,
outside
yeah.
looking in, it sure seems like this person knows something.
Damn right he does. Time is of the essence. Time is no longer of the essence. It's the same guy. It's the same guy. Mark my words. August 25th, 2026 at 12:12 a.m. It's the same guy. Okay. Now, you guys remember could there have been a second letter or whatever? A second note? Felt like we were missing something. And I do have an opinion on something. I got a receipt on something that I want to show you guys. Mods, how many thumbs ups do we got? On both channels, on both feeds. Guys, please hit that thumbs up button. Greatly, greatly would appreciate it. Widow, thank you for 19 months. I love being here with all of you. We love you, Widow. You are an OG. Appreciate you very, very much, my friend. I might be in your area soon if you're around. I know you're all over the United States all the time, but might be doing some things on summer soon. So, yeah. Donna, thank you so much for the hiding jewel. Appreciate you very, very much. Thank you, my dear. Yes, guys, please hit the thumbs up. All that stuff. If A&T are involved, they were probably world-class pissed that Savannah wouldn't pay the ransom without proof of life. Well, get this. I've got a receipt. Got a receipt. Is that on both, Cassie? 661 on both? Is that on both, Cassie? Or just one? I need to know both feeds. How many we got? So take a look at this. Where did, oh damn, what'd I do with it? It just disappeared. me find it here. Alrighty. So, did you know 756 all up, I think. Okay. Okay, we got 839 or 840 something in chat right now with both feeds, so that's not bad. You guys are sweet. Thank you. Okay. This is a note that comes from the what they call the pasties, which is a link to the Bitcoin account. Thank you, Cindy. They let the third guy go crazy. Buck, they let the third guy go. And look what it says right here. We are ready to pay. We are ready to pay. Yeah, Tony, we was playing it, honey. We were playing it. We are ready to pay. So the FBI put in about a couple $100 into the account, see if anything would move. Yeah, Don, I took Ambien rather than my lisinopril before the live stream, so I am a little tired. So yeah, we are ready to pay. They contacted this guy and wrote that note. Now, this guy, I don't know if he wrote back or not, but Savannah and them told him in this account, why did you do that? Because I'm a dumbass. Because my Ambien and my lisinopril look almost the same. And as soon as I swallowed, I was like, oh God. Oh well. So we are ready to pay. Contact us. That is a receipt from them. Now, let me see if I got it here. 1 second. Let's see if I got it. Or did I exit out of it yet? Something that's very interesting. Okay. Well, if you go back in this live stream, I had it playing earlier where they said TMZ was told that the FBI was putting money into the account and not to say anything, but KV, whatever, and the other stations, law enforcement did not contact them and tell them that to not say anything. So they blew the cover. They didn't want that getting out there. Now, want to show you something. This is a post from Mrs. A. Guthrie. Love you, sunshine. So Justin will have to watch the replay. Remember this live? Yeah, probably. And as you see here, they've got minors here. But this looks not like the United States. I'll just say that. Right? And it says flies and their lords, which again is really weird language. Right? I agree, crazy. Yeah, I did, Don. This clearly does not look like somewhere that's in the continental United States, in my opinion. But look, flies and their lords. Not Lord of the Flies. Flies and their lords. Justin, you're doing awesome tonight. Despite the Ambien, whose effects I'm familiar with, I had a spell of bad insomnia, and I take it. I got bizarre side effects, so I stopped. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Annie's the black sheep of the family. Yeah, but just and this made me think of a couple things when I saw this. Flies and their lords, number one. It just kind of reminds me of like buried in nature kind of thing. Real weird things. Lord of the Flies. It's a book about abandoned kids on an island. Okay. So there's that. Number one. Number two. If Annie and Tommaso like to travel, and Nancy doesn't want to go to a home, could that affect their traveling? Right? They need to be there for her all the time. She liked the way my chat post rhymes while Justin talks about the Guthrie crime. Okay. And there is one more here. What did I do with it? Damn, I thought it was around here somewhere. There we go. Nope, that wasn't it. I knew I had another one. 1 second. Okay. Oh, and this is where I think I showed you guys this one earlier. Oracle writing with the bones. I have friends in big cities. I will probably just design it around where my loved ones live. Paris, New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Asheville. And let me show you this. I'm sorry, but it's not normal. It is not normal for them to be around here like this. It's just not. They could. And listen, when I took care of my grandmother till the day she died, but at the time in my life, I was traveling all around the world. And it was not only stressful, this is, before I had kids, not only was it stressful, but it was very expensive to have someone take care of your loved one that you trusted as well. Right? And traveling is Even if you do it cheap, it's expensive. Right? So there's that. So it just made me kind of think of that. The second thing I think we need to be looking at more, and we need to find more about, is this freaking vehicle right here. We need to know more about this vehicle. Why is nobody talking about it? This was like 10 minutes after Nancy was abducted. She could literally be in this freaking car and we have no idea. Oh, I got to show y'all this video. Here it is. So there's a channel. Forgive me, I don't know the channel, but they, I guess, live in Tucson. And one of them is a mail carrier. And I hope he doesn't get in trouble for this, to be honest with you. I hope he doesn't get in trouble for this. He shouldn't have probably talked about it. But listen to this.
I'm a mail carrier here in Tucson. So I see a lot of things coming through the mail system.
Actually, let me see if it'll let me do captions on this. Will it? No, it won't let me do captions on it. Okay, so just listen to this.
I'm a mail carrier here in Tucson. So I see a lot of things coming through the mail system that, of course, if you guys would watch some.
Here, I'll make it bigger.
I'm a mail carrier here in Tucson. So I see a lot of things coming through the mail system that, of course, if you guys would watch some of the other streams, we did go by A&T's house at one time, and I stopped and I saw one of our mail carriers that I deliver some mail into the mailbox at A&T's house. Okay. If you guys did watch that stream, you do know that I work with the post office, and there's a lot of mail that comes through the post office for certain people. And I just noticed that I had a piece of mail in my tray that day for A&T's house. I took a picture of it. I sent it to Ann, and I said, hey, keep this for documentation for later on. And then, of course, a day or two later, I had the guy that does deliver to A&T's house had a piece of mail for them. I took a picture of that piece of mail, and I was wondering, So we're going to show you guys these two images, okay? My professional job, I'm a mail carrier here in Tucson.
Okay. Here is one of them. Lana Cotton. Does anyone know who that is? Oh crap.
I'm a mail carrier here in Tucson.
Was there another one? Okay, here's the other one. Deborah M. Oh no, that's the card. That's the card. Hold on. Yeah, that's the card. That's the Deborah M is the card for the Adult Protective Services. Okay. Yeah. Okay, 1 second. Why is the sound not working on this? One second. Let me refresh this. See if I can get the sound to work on it. And no. Okay.
And at 11:56, checks on Nancy.
Okay, listen to this.
And at 11:56, checks on Nancy. I believe it's about approximately 10 minutes later, 12 minutes later, our patrol teams arrive. They see the scene, and we start our response with our search and rescue teams and our detectives from homicide and various units. In fact, every unit here, I think somebody questioned, how come there's an ICAC member out here? Or
Their eyes tells you everything. Tells you everything. Vaping is highly addictive. Yes, you shouldn't vape. Trust me. Justin, you're confusing two messages for TMZ. Also got messages from kidnappers, but this is a tipper. I understand what you're saying, but this guy, this one guy is saying that he is different, that he just knows what happened and he'll give it up. In my opinion, they are the same guy. So he is a teacher, and what job does he have? They have many homes. Yeah, 3 or 4. 3 or 4. They bought 2 within a period of 2 weeks of each other. Within yeah.
In the military and worked in intelligence and is a fighter pilot and is brilliant. And he saw very clearly right away what this was. Yeah. And even on the phone, when I called him, he knew. He knew. And he said, I think she's been kidnapped for ransom. And I said, yeah.
I'll never understand that. No, I think he made allegedly about $60,000 a year, Mohawk. Which, $60,000 a year in Tucson, that's probably the struggle bus. She's kidnapped for ransom. Why wouldn't you say, was it a robbery gone wrong, or just where the fuck is our mother? How do you think a kidnapping for ransom, whenever there's no ransom letter yet? If there is no ransom letter yet, how do you think there's a kidnapping for ransom? I am Summer. I understand if the ransom letters would have been out. I understand if there would have been a letter at the home. I do not understand. I think this is a kidnapping for ransom when there's not a letter. I think A&T did.
What? Well, why? He knew. He knew. And he said, I think she's been kidnapped for ransom. And I said, yeah. What? Yeah. Well, why? What? And then, it sounds so like, how dumb could I be? But I didn't want to believe. I just said, do you think because of me? he said, I'm sorry, sweetie, but yeah, maybe career in the military.
Mm. I don't understand with Annie and poetry and sometimes teaching and selling jewelry and Tommaso in school teacher how they would be affording those houses. I mean, maybe they're, maybe they do stock market or investment. I mean, you just don't know someone's financial situation. You know what I mean? No shoes and PJs similar to Sebastian. Well, they say the reason, Nancy's didn't have any shoes is because she, I want to show y'all this. Tell me if I'm just seeing things. But I thought this was interesting. This is Porch Guy, obviously. I wasn't going to show this, but I want to hear what y'all think. They called Cameron first when Savannah, only when police were there. Yeah. Okay, look down here where the circle is, right? And look at the jacket. I need to look at these jackets again where these stripes are. And then you remember this guy that was on a body camera a while back when he put something over a gate. He's got something there as well. But I was looking at those stripes. It's more like a glove in the pocket. I wonder where Deborah is tonight. If she's okay. My other Deborah. Not this Deborah or that Deborah. The other Deborah. Looks like a knife case. Maybe. But I just keep wondering about that, how his coat is. You see the stripes there when they go down? That guy that put the bag over the gate but then took it. Yeah, him. That's the only one out of all of them that I've felt like I would be interested in my opinion. Okay. All right, guys. That's going to do it for tonight, I think. Tomorrow we're going to talk probably more on that ICAC and Cellebrite because I've got some more presentation in there. I don't think it's a logo. Yeah, it's 12:40 here as well. It's 12:40 here as well. I've been up since early hours of the morning. I had a dental appointment this morning and I went there and they wouldn't do anything because I have to have oral surgery on this thing, but I have to take antibiotics first because they don't want to be doing oral surgery with the infection in the graft and all that stuff. So, and it's back to school time as well. So, thank you, Wicked. The suggestion you said Auntie filling in the blank. There was a lack of judgment for him to say that to Savannah. I would never say that to my brother. She will never get over it. I agree, Barbara. I agree. So, what is today? I don't know what today is. I go back Thursday. Okay, it's Tuesday, essentially now. So, yeah, I'll see you guys here tomorrow. Tomorrow it'll be anywhere from 5 to 9 o'clock ish. I'll be live. Hopefully I'm going to try to do it earlier than later tomorrow. I know I've been here almost 4 hours while taking an Ambien. Imagine that. And I didn't go to sleep once. Or nod off. Justin, check text I sent you before bed. When did you text it? How long ago did you text it? Thank you, Cindy. I know, I'm kind of proud of myself. Yes, great live, everyone. Thank you, Deborah. You think Jesse Waters is a porch guy? You're full of it. 5 minutes or less? Send it again. I didn't get it. 307-228-4906. There you go. Yeah. Also, if you guys have any cases that you want me to cover right now, the Ohio House of Horrors is kind of, it just had a big thing, but it's probably not going to be popping off anytime soon. Kind of waiting a lot for Philadelphia. I need to do one on Jack and Lily soon to keep their name out there. And I was looking at a case today that it was up in New England somewhere. A police officer was unalived by his wife, who was like an advocate for first responders' mental health. And she ended up allegedly unaliving herself. They found her today. Oh, please, Yvette, please watch that. And please hit the thumbs up. Please watch it all the way through and comment down below. Do comments like this. Down, hey. And then do like, how. And then do like R. And then do like you. I'm working hard. It took so long to do that. It took me 19 plus hours to script that video, record that video, edit that video, find those pictures and stuff. Yes, tomorrow is the Is Live. Yes, so I'll be there for that for sure. It'll be 8 o'clock Eastern, so I will, yes, like that, Yvette. Yes, exactly. In the comment section. whatever, just type, great video, hello, anything. It all helps the algorithm. It's all algorithm food. So, yeah. Guys, also, before I go, I didn't go live on Kick today, but I am going to be doing just live streams. 1 second. On Kick sometimes. Only Kick. 1 second. How do I share this mofo? I think I can just do it like this. Make sure you're subbed up to my Kick. There it is. I just dropped it. And over there, you're not a subscriber, you're a follower. You're a follower. So hit follow. And like if I do memberships and stuff over there, that's when you become a subscriber over there. But follow me over there and make sure you hit notifications as well. There's a Kick app. I'll be doing lives over there. I'll probably be doing lives with Remy and stuff over there as well. It'll be a lot more casual over there. Today looks like she's about to burst out laughing. Thank you for following. I forget Kick. Yeah, don't forget Kick. I was on Kick 5 years ago. There wasn't even an app for it then. Kick is fun, especially with the emojis. Like, you know, like in YouTube, they don't want you like to spam or anything, but in Kick, you want the chat to fly, because that's what, like on YouTube, we don't get paid for how active our chat is. I wish we did. We only get paid for ads, and super chats and memberships. And so on Kick, which I'm not there yet because I quit doing Kick for a long time, and so I just didn't keep my monetization, but I'll get there pretty quickly. The more you like engage in chat, the more it moves, the better. So I'm on your Kick, but I haven't checked it out yet. Yeah, well, you know, when I do my lives over on Kick now, I've been kind of doing a combo live, but it doesn't help me because 98% of people still stay on YouTube. So I've got to go over there and do some live streams with Kick. So like maybe Wednesday or something. Maybe Wednesday or Friday. I'll probably go live on Kick and be live a couple hours and just like literally chill. I might go to the river or something, or take Remy to the playground or something like that. We'll see. Nancy's pacemaker handshake occurred at a certain time every night. Yes, it does. It doesn't say where she was the rest of the time. That is absolutely true, Kathy. Yep. Thank you for following me on Kick. Appreciate it. You guys, a lot of you guys will love Kick. You really will, because it's kind of fun, especially with the emojis and stuff. They really want you to use the emojis. All right, guys, take good care of yourself. I'm going to bed like I should have 4 hours and 3 minutes ago, but we made it. We made it. Ambient and all. I cannot believe I did that. I was really struggling the first part of the live stream, but we made it. Couldn't even tell. Good night, everyone. God bless you all. Special thanks to mods, members, and chat. I really do appreciate you very, very much. I know you guys have a ton of options here on YouTube, And I am honored every single day that people takes time out of their day, takes energy, money out of their day, their life, and is here with me. So I hope you know that. I love you all and appreciate you very much. Good night, everyone. Take good care of yourselves. You only get so many trips around the sun.